And here it is. We go again. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Here it is. We go again. Here I am again. Hope you're there with me. The session again commences and your company yet again required. So if you are available, avail yourself of the session. That thing we do round about this time being done exactly at this time. So gather, situate yourself in front of whatever device you engage with the platform with. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 another Savior, holy, 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 holy,
well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPOB families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafra Malami to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwana no. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior. Gonna sing along, holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 Amechi is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right and moving faster. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior.
another Savior, holy, 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 another Savior, holy, 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 holy,
well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPOB families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafra Malami to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwana no. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is right there. Holy, holy. The farmyard singers from the eastern parts of Nigeria. Holy, holy. Holy, holy. As guys, I bring you this. APC clears Attorney General of the Federation Malami for Kebbi State governorship election. So that's somewhat a surprise, a turn up for the books. That's a turn up for the books because, of course, this guy assured the entirety of the nation that he had withdrawn his candidature, his application to seek that seat. So quite how a withdrawn application can still be processed, only the Fulani paradigm can explain that. APC clears Attorney General Malami for Kebbi State governorship election. So there it is right there. There's that headline to contend with. Bear with me one moment. Let me step off the computer just for one moment. I'll be back shortly.
Oh, you do IPOB. Oh, Mary, Nnamdi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two. Now Python that's a three. Nnamdi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two. Now Python that's a three. Nnamdi go onye do IPOB. O Mary Wonendizu Mbiroya Abakare Mamandawora Unaburi Mary Nnamdi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two. Now Python that's a three. Unaburi Mary Nnamdi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two. Now Python that's a three. Unaburi Mary Nnamdi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two. Now Python that's a three. Unaburi Mary Nnamdi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two. Now Python that's a three. Unaburi Mary Nnamdi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two. Now Python that's a three. Unaburi Mary Nnamdi.
Right. Hold on. Just bear with me 1 second. Just a bit more music.
Only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ibe shodi ya kekere elemu re o. Obi master kekere elemu re o. Chifu waila ti kekere elemu re o. Eruku lele elemu de. Eruku lele egbe elemu dodo jare o. Eruku lele gana ti de egbe bodi o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o dile o.
Okay, sorry about that. I just had to attend to matters. So let's start the headline all over again. APC clears Attorney General of the Federation Malami for Kebbi State governorship election. So as I was saying, only within the Fulani definitions is this thing a possibility, because this guy assured us that he had withdrawn his application for that governorship seat to the point that he held on to his position as the Attorney General of the Federation and subsequently attended Federal Executive Council meetings, which he should not be attending had he already resigned his position as Attorney General. So the understanding that his application was no longer in play, but perhaps the memo had not gotten to the APC, or this is yet again some cock-handed takia that they imagine they are playing on the intelligence of people superior to them. APC clears Attorney General of the Federation Malami for Kebbi governorship election. So quite how that is a possibility, we find out just shortly. So this is something that was trailed heavily, and it looks as though some successes are recorded. 2023 presidency, massive turnout as groups storm major streets to stage 1 million man march for Peter Obi across Nigeria. So this is something that's been recorded as somewhat of a success with a good turnout, I would say, for this idea of a 1 million man march to show solidarity for Obi's presidential thrust. So we'll catch some snippet of it. We'll play some snippets of it surely in the course of this broadcast. So again, the headline, 2023 presidency, massive turnout as groups storm major streets to stage 1 million man march for Peter Obi across Nigeria. So quite what that plays into the politics of the day, we find out shortly. What's in play here, we find out shortly as well. 2023, APC chairman speaks on Tinubu, others dumping the party. So being rumored, of course, that Tinubu about to pack it in with the APC if they don't give him the presidential ticket, and to resurface with their SDP. That's the worst kept secret within the Nigerian political space. So it looks as though now the APC chairman addresses that frontally. 2023, APC chairman speaks on Tinubu, others dumping the party. So quite what he has to say, they can get lost or we'll hold on to them. Whatever it is, we'll find out shortly. Direct Governor Bello to step down for elderly people like me. Ex-Minister Amechi tells KOGI delegates. So what is Amechi? I don't understand. Because he's been vaunting that he's young and energetic. But then when he gets to the port of somebody that is younger and more energetic, he now plays the elder card. Direct Governor Bello to step down for elderly people like me. Ex-Minister Amechi to KOGI delegates. So quite if that went down with the KOGI people, we find out shortly. Federal government should unleash total federal might to crush insurgency. So that is AHMAD Lawan speaking, and that is his presidential idea. So we know what the definition of insurgency is, and it's not bracketed and limited to Boko Haram. The categorization of the goings-on in the southeast is somewhat defined by the Nigerian state as insurgency too. So the unleashing then of that to Kanu fighter jet on Umahia is what AHMAD Lawan is proposing. Federal government should unleash total federal might to crush insurgency, AHMAD Lawan. So quite what the Yam head has to say to defend that, we find out shortly. So plenty in play, the usual thing, kick back, lean back, take it easy, relax into it. We come in still via the Python dance, which I know you've already listened to when I had to step away from my computer for a moment, but just in keeping with tradition, we play that. And the usual call-ins, to click on the like button, we encourage that often enough, and you should really be doing that, especially if you come here regularly. So quite what holds you back from doing that is beyond my comprehension. It's just a click of a button. So please click on the like button for all the reasons we've already explained that propels us on the YouTube algorithm, and click on the subscribe button as well. And if you feel inclined to come and interact with the talking points, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard on your screen. That brings you into a studio space. And as soon as I've finished reading out the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and engage you in a conversation around the talking points. So that is how it works here. It's an open microphone session, and the open microphone is the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So as we set about the clickings, let me bring you in via what is tradition, the Eastern Quarters, and another Python dance.
Oh, you do IPOB. Oh, Mary, oh, Nindizu. Oh, Nigeria. Abakare. Mama Daora. Unapuri Mary Nnamdi. Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2. Now Python dance 3. Unapuri. Bogi Mary Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Una Bogi Mary Nnamdi bu onye du IPOB. O Mary wone nizu ngiro ya. Abakare Mamanda ora. Una Bogi Mary Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Una Bogi Mary Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Una Bogi Mary Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Una Bogi Mary Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Una Bogi Mary Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Una Bogi Mary Nnamdi.
And there you heard it right there. Nnamdi wins the war. The dulcet tones of the farmyard singers from the eastern part of Nigeria. So the farmyard singers from the eastern part of Nigeria, as guys, I bring you this. This wasn't part of the headline that I read out. I just came across this whilst we were listening to the Python dance song. Nnamdi Kanu wished to make broadcast to his supporters when we met. So Anambra State Governor Soludo are still giving us what transpired in that now famous meeting. Nnamdi Kanu wished to make broadcast to his supporters when we met Anambra State Governor Soludo. Governor Chukwuma Soludo of Anambra State on Saturday gave clarification on his visit to Nnamdi Kanu, the detained leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, in the custody of the Nigeria's secret police, the Department of State Services. The governor said the person he met at the DSS office was the real Nnamdi Kanu, dismissing reports that the pictures he took with him, Kanu, shared on social media were a cloned picture of Kanu. So quite the Eastern obsession with clones is just beyond me. You know, everything is a clone and everybody is a clone. Soludo had visited the IPOB leader last Friday and posted the videos where Kanu was wearing a red shirt instead of the Fendi white outfit he usually wears to court. The governor said his visitation to Kanu was in continuation of finding a lasting solution to peace in the southeast part of the country. The chief press secretary to the governor, Christian Aburime, who spoke to correspondents on behalf of the governor, said Kanu even wanted, if he was permitted, to make a broadcast to all IPOB leaders and his supporters generally. He said, the people saying Soludo posted the video of a cloned Kanu are telling lies to deceive the people, and the truth is obvious. Do you think the governor will want to get involved in that kind of frivolities by coming to tell the people that he met Kanu if he had not met him? In essence, Soludo met with Kanu and not a cloned fellow of him. So I'm not quite sure what this cloned narrative is. I'm not sure where that technology is to be cloning people, that they're cloning Buhari, cloning Kanu, and they're cloning everybody. I mean, where are we mentally with this? Because the nonsensity of it, everybody is a clone. Where is the technology? I'm not even sure that FBI has that technology, but Buhari and DSS, they have it to be cloning everybody. In essence, Soludo met with Kanu and this is a conversation we're having, by the way, that the governor is assuring that Kanu is not cloned. So this is the conversation that is subsisting in the eastern part. In essence, Soludo met with Kanu and not a cloned fellow. Everything is clear enough. You can see the governor and Kanu in the video clearly. It was not something that is cloned, as people are erroneously propagating now. On the reason he was wearing a red dress instead of the traditional white cloth he wears to court is because the judge has directed the DSS allow him access to any clothes he wants to wear, and even allow him to watch television. So, on the day Soludo visited, he was wearing a different cloth. People should not expect him to wear one type of cloth every. This is a conversation that is taking place. This is a conversation that is taking place between a governor and the people. So you should not expect him to wear one type of cloth every day. He has the right to wear any type of cloth he wants to wear, especially as the judge has directed the DSS to allow him to change clothes. The governor relates the outcome of the visit as follows. I visited Nnamdi Kanu yesterday, Friday, the 13th May 2022, to felicitate with him and also as part of the wider consultations with critical stakeholders in search of lasting peace and security in the Southeast. He was in high spirit and we had quality and frank discussion in a very convivial atmosphere. He expressed sadness over what he described as sacrilegious killings of innocent persons, kidnappings, and all forms of criminalities, including the brutal enforcement of the senseless sit-at-home, are perpetrated by sundry groups claiming to be acting for or on behalf of IPOB. He assured that if the opportunity arises, he will be glad to personally broadcast to his followers to maintain the peace. Together, we shall restore peace, security, and prosperity in Anambra and the Southeast. So we dealt with this story at some length in a previous session, but the new inflection then that Kanu insisting on broadcasting to his followers and the ludicrousness that people were actually saying that it's a clone, that the governor met or something, and to the point that the governor felt the need to come and reassure that the person they met is not. This is a conversation that is taking place, that the person they met is not a clone but a real person. APC clears Attorney General of the Federation Malami for Kebbi governorship election. The screening committee of the All Progressive Congress APC has cleared Attorney General of the Federation Abubakar Malami to contest the 2023 Kebbi governorship election. A document seen by correspondents conveyed Mr. Malami's clearance to run, stirring controversy in the political sphere since the Attorney General had already withdrawn his governorship ambition in order to retain his ministerial appointment. President Muhammad Buhari had last week issued a directive ordering all political appointees to resign before contesting in the forthcoming general elections. It is unclear if Mr. Malami has turned in his resignation to pursue his political quest in compliance with Mr. Buhari's directive, or if he is waiting for the Supreme Court interpretation of the contentious Section 8412 of the Electoral Act 2022. Correspondents could not immediately reach Mr. Malami for comments as his line and that of his spokesperson, Uman Gwandu, were not reachable at the time of filing the report. A series of political appointees have sparked public outrage after they went against political norms to seek elective positions without resigning. So he will get away with it, of course, because as ever, it's always a different rule for their bookies. And they are forcing that decision from the Supreme Court before the primaries of the APC. So that decision comes in on the 24th about Section 8412, and that will, of course, expunge the Supreme Court, Tanko Mohammed, that is, he will expunge that 8412, and then Malami has already been cleared, and he will hold on to his Attorney General, use that as the bullhorn to force himself into Kebbi State House, and then get that immunity. So we'll have his cake and eat it, Fulani style. 2023 presidency, massive turnout as groups storm major streets to stage 1 million man march for Peter Obi across Nigeria. Supporters of Peter Obi, one of the...
One sec.
So what was that?
Still working.
Sorry, that was my phone just suddenly developing a mind of its own. Supporters of Peter Obi, one of the party's presidential aspirants, have stormed major streets across the country to stage a 1 million man march as the primaries of the People's Democratic Party draws closer. Correspondents report that the march for the presidential candidate Peter Obi came after the coordinator Marcel Ngobehi of the Coalition for Peter Obi, CPO, which is made up of more than 12 support groups for Peter Obi, announced the event during the week. Ngobehi listed the support groups which included Peter Obi Support Network, Like Minds for Peter Obi, Nigeria Needs Peter Obi, Take Back Nigeria, Women for Peter Obi. So it goes on to give us a retinue of names. The group said the event, which would simultaneously take place across the 36 states of the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory on Saturday. The group said the event will simultaneously take place across the 36 states of the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory on Saturday, May the 21st. Actually, let me share this screen because Peter Obi somewhat responds to it. So let me share this screen just so you can see how it's been digested. So let me share this screen. So here is Peter Obi now tweeting to the space. It says, dear members of CPO, thanks a million for all of you. Dear members of the CPO, thanks a million for all you have done to support my aspiration. Our mission to salvage Nigeria is noble. As you embark on the hashtag 1 million man march for 1 million march for Peter Obi tomorrow, I wish you a productive and safe outing. Above all, please keep the law. God bless you all. P.O. So there it is right there. And then somebody comes in. When I spoke about boycotting my conference activities this morning to join the Peter Obi 1 million man march, some thought I was just pulling some publicity stunt for Peter Obi, but I am glad I proved them wrong once again. We are marching for our future. So they are marching for their future, and there is a picture of that march right there. And on it goes. This is Gloria Okonzie, and she of course attends the match as well. Ogun, getting ready for Peter Obi. So they are in Ogun State, and on it goes. Lekki matches for Peter Obi. We are not currently currently ongoing. So I think this may well be so that's So not quite a million march, but a turnout nevertheless. So that's just a snippet. It looks as though there's a police retinue with this one. Just Plateau stands with Peter Obi. Okay. Okay. Let me. How do I stop? Hold on. All right. Thank you. So that was that. So that's just a snippet then of the million man march for Peter Obi. Maybe or maybe not a million march, but certainly somewhat of a decent turnout. And it seems to have been a relative success, you have to say that. 2023, APC chairman speaks on Tinubu, others dumping the party. The national chairman of the All Progressive Congress APC, Abdullahi Adamu, on Saturday spoke on aspirants vying for political positions, dumping the party ahead of the 2023 general election. According to Adamu, no aspirant will exit the ruling party if they fail in their bid to pick the ticket of the party. Adamu stated this whilst addressing a group of party members in the diaspora at the global virtual town hall session. There are speculations that the national leader of the party, who is also a presidential aspirant under the party, Bola Tinubu, may dump the party for the Social Democratic Party SDP if the primaries scheme against him. Adamu, who was represented at the town hall session by one of his special assistants, Professor Abdullahi Yau, said, "Directly, I want to tell you that after the primaries, none of the contestants or aspirants will leave the party. You can see, unlike other parties are extending the wait, in our party, all aspirants are calm. Everybody is going left and right, trying to win votes for themselves. The likes of Tinubu, the governor of Ekiti State, Kayode Fayemi, governor of KOGI State, YAHAYA Bello, and Vice President Yemi Osinbajo will be hoping to clinch the ticket of the party." So I'm not sure if he can be categorical in that assertion because he doesn't speak for Tinubu. Tinubu speaks for himself. And all indications then that if he doesn't get the ticket, he will conclude that he has been schemed out, which would then predicate him then leaving the party. So there's a good chance that that is how things will play out. But nobody can be categorical apart from Tinubu. And then I'm not quite sure that he's still clear in his head until after the primaries what his plans will be. Direct Governor Bello to step down for elderly people like me, ex-minister Amechi tells KOGI delegates. Former Minister of Transportation Rotimi Amechi has appealed to the All Progressive Congress APC presidential delegates to former Minister of Transportation Rotimi Amechi has appealed to the All Progressive Congress APC presidential delegates to prevail on Governor Yahaya Bello of Kogi State to shelve his ambition for the party's ticket for elderly people like himself. Amechi, who is vying for the presidential ticket of the APC with Governor Bello, appealed to him to step down for him. The former governor of Rivers State made the appeal when he led his political supporters to consult with Kogi State delegates on Friday. Correspondence report. Although Amechi, who was accompanied by the former chief of army staff, all right, so it's all coming out now. It's all fleshing out now. Although Amechi, who was accompanied by the former chief of army staff to Kur Burutai, noted that Bello was qualified to contest for the presidency, he said the governor was still young and should make way for older aspirants. This is the 28th state I will be visiting. I can no longer be called one of the APC aspirants because I have become the leading aspirant. I was the speaker at the age of 34, governor at the age of 42, and a minister in my early 50s. I have acquired the needed experience to lead Nigeria. I was a former chairman of Speakers Forum, two-time chairman of Governors Forum, coupled with my interaction as presidential campaign director. I have what it takes to govern a country like ours, he said. So there he is right there, vaunting his CV as he invites Yahaya Bello to step down. So this is now the last readout. Federal government should unleash total federal might to crush insurgency, Ahmed Lawan. Senate President Ahmed Lawan has said the federal government should unleash total federal might to crush insurgency in the country. Lawan said this on Friday, May the 20th, during a meeting with All Progressive Congress APC delegates in Cross River State on his presidential ambition. He stated that the APC government, which came into power in 2015, has been able to recover the 16 local government areas captured by Boko Haram insurgents in Borno and Yobe states. Lawan said, the insecurity issue in the country deserves total attention. The federal government should unleash all the federal might to quell insurgency, banditry, and even the militancy in the Niger Delta. In the 9th Assembly, we have given utmost attention to all military and security requests, signifying the importance we attach to security. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. They have given, well, I don't know what he's talking about, but I'm sure you do. So Tony, we see you. Exiro, we see you. And Jake, we see you. So let's go then first to, let's go to Exiro first. So Exiro, are you ready to go?
Yeah, I'm with you.
All right, brilliant. So Exiro, then to that space, then I'm sure you would have watched with rapt attention the goings on with the Million Man March. So it's been and went, but what is your verdict on it? What is your verdict on the Million Man March for Peter Obi?
Yes, when things want to go viral, this is how they start. Everybody might not be on the streets for the Million Man March, but trust me, this is going to embolden the voters who have shown voter apathy in the past because of the likes of, I said here one time, the likes of Oluomo, who chased the Igbo voters away. In every state in this country, after the indigenes, the Igbos are the next in dominance, in population. And that is going to play out for Peter Obi. It's going to play out positively, and he might be pulling out a surprise. But what I don't know is if he's going to be able to do that with PDP. Because if he's going to do that with PDP, well, all well and good. But I'm seeing a scenario where he's going to pull out, join another party, and use his name. Because people are coming out because of his name, not because of PDP. People are coming out because of him. Don't forget that PDP has ruined this country for 16 years and is still fresh in the minds of people. But Peter Obi truly commands a lot of respect. The snipers I saw, the people came out in states other than southeastern states. Peter Obi has 80% to 90% of the votes in the southeast. But for people to come out like that in other states, it shows me that there is a lot of love for this guy.
But who are those people? Who are those people that came out, though, is the thing?
Yeah,
who are those people that came out?
Who came out are people who believe in good governance.
Yeah, but what's the demography? What's the demography of
I cannot say the demography, but you see the states.
You know where I'm leading to?
Yeah, I understand where I'm leading to. You want to say it's Igbos in those states. But
yeah, but exactly.
You can see, Igbos are business. They will not leave their shops to go and start doing 1 million march. They will be the last people to convince to go and do 1 million march. If it is not to just somewhere around their shop where they will just march and then go back to their shop. I think these people are diverse ethnicity. These people are people who believe truly, because everybody knows, even the people in the southwest know that Tinubu cannot do the job and Osibanjo worked with the devil. So the only probable choice that can bring us out of this doldrum, that is capable of bringing us out of this almost near cataclysm, is Peter Obi. He's a tribalized person. He knows his onions. He has done it before in a state. He will do it again. And he's not a thief. He's not a thief. You don't think Nigerians know a good person when they see him? Nigerians know a good person when they see one. There's something about the aura around a person. I don't know if you believe in spirituality, but there's something about the aura around a person that you cannot deny. Even if you are from a different ethnic group, you will not be able to deny that the energy around that person is safe. This guy is going to keep our money. This guy is going to pick us out of this debt. This guy is going to make people have jobs and, you know, create more opportunities. That is what I feel. That is why I think people came out for him. Not because he's an Igbo and the people come out because they are Igbos. No, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think so. Because I've seen the mass that came out for him before. And that song they used for him, oh God. I just so love the song.
Well, the Obikere song.
Yeah. It's easy to sing along, and it's going to catch. That guy is going to go like wildfire very soon. Just mark my word.
All right, but not everybody is convinced about that narrative. Not everybody is sure that that is robust enough to But and it seems somewhat it seems somewhat an Igbo crowd to me, I have to say.
No, I don't think so. Because I saw the people that came out in the last one in show. Is it Osun State or I saw some of them.
Yeah, they covered Ogun State, Plateau State. It covered a lot of ground.
Okay, can you imagine Plateau State?
Yeah,
Plateau State. You want to say these are Igbos? No, come on.
Well, of course. I mean, famously.
But there are Igbos everywhere.
Huh?
There are Igbos everywhere. You understand? And that will play out. And they have friends. These Igbos are everywhere. They have friends and colleagues. They are among the cosmopolites. What I'm seeing is because of the likes of Peter Obi, those who have been disenfranchised, those who have shown apathy towards these elections, will want to give it one last chance.
All right, let's have a quick feel, because as I was talking to you, I was trying to capture one of those videos just to have a feel of actually what went down in that space. It's a decent enough of a crowd, and if you think that replicates right across the country, if it did, then there's no ignoring anymore the potency of Peter Obi as a political power base.
Yeah, and you can see these people there. That's why I said Peter Obi is galvanizing the kind of there's the word for I've forgotten the word for it. The people above the ground level, but not exactly
the working class
level. Maybe the working class, but there's I don't know how to put that word. People from campuses and people who are not a bit knowledgeable, who have a bit of education, because they are the people who can grasp the message of Peter Obi more. That's why I said a lot of people were disenfranchised from elections because of touting and everything. But this time around, the internet and everything, with the phones and everything, and with what Nigerian youths have shown they are capable of doing with the NSAS, I think even the touts are not going to be able to stop these people this time around, So these are the people I think that are coming out for him,
How do you think this Million Man March, how do you think it plays into the political calculus? How do you think it weighs for Peter Obi? What do you think the gains are for him from this demonstration by?
The gains.
Will this secure him a ticket, or just a good bargaining? Is this sufficient to propel the ticket?
I don't think Peter Obi should settle for anything less than fighting for the presidency. One, because Nigeria needs help. If you love Nigeria, if he loves Nigeria, he should fight to be the president and rescue us. That's what I just think. Then the rally that you just see, Nigerians have over time, even when you left in the morning session, we were discussing. Nigerians have over time discovered that if you sustain an effort, it will become viral. The IPOB scenario is a typical example. Nnamdi Kanu from the UK was able to organize clusters in different countries, and those people were able to win more combats that were able to sponsor the IPOB campaign and protests, and were able to pay the likes of Kanu and the deputies and the what's it called? This Directorate of State, DOS, there was enough money coming in. So if Peter Obi's campaign managers sustain this effort, do a repeat of it, this is the first attempt, and you could see the crowd. The second attempt will add more crowd. By the third attempt, before they can finally go to the election, you will see that the whole state is already falling on their knees for a savior like Peter Obi. That's just what I believe. That's what I believe will happen.
All right, and what attention do you expect the delegates to pay to this, if any? Would they be moved by public opinion?
No, that's
yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I said there are two things, either of two things that will happen. It's either he loses from PDP and joins a different party and uses, because his name is why people are coming.
I think it's too late for him to cross parties, because the primaries have to end within 2 weeks, 10 days,
Yeah, but things can happen between now and don't forget that these guys are politicians. They may be in one party and following the process, but are already negotiating with another party to see if they are going to step down in case their party they fail to get the candidacy of their party. So we might see last minute changes if he doesn't pick the ticket for his party. It has been done in the past.
Do you think this march? Do you think this at least solidifies, because there was the contention from Wike for that vice presidential slot? So do you think this march at least solidifies that vice presidential slot for him, whilst still not conceding the ambition for the ticket itself? So the very minimum now that seems secured for Peter Obi is that vice presidential slot, because he has mass appeal as demonstrably been shown.
I will tell you one thing about this wicked guy. The only thing he has is money. And you know what they say about people who the only thing they have is money. If the only thing you have is money, you have nothing. You have nothing. Jonathan gave Tinubu so much money prior to the 2015 election. Tinubu still did what he did. They just need the River State money. That is why everybody parleys with the River State governors. Amechi did it. He used it to sponsor APC. Wike is flouting the money, giving everybody the money. Apart from that money, where is his crowd? Where is his crowd? Okay, the likes of Atiku Abubakar, you can say, okay, he has gathered crowd before. He has his northern crowd, and apart from that, he has his articulated crowd. The likes of Peter Obi have his crowd of people, admirers who worship him because of what he did in the past. After those videos, those interviews and talks he gave, where he talked about how he didn't spend government money in ensuring that the state has the state lodge in Abuja or Lagos, where he reduced the entourage by half or maybe a quarter, and then he kept the government money and he left office with some savings. What can people say about Peter Wike? Oh, he built flyovers here. Of course, the state is rich. If you are rich, if you put a Peter Obi in River State, that place will be an entirely different place. You still have ghettos in that state that is as rich as 5-10 states put together in Nigeria. You still have ghettos. So he has done, with all the money they have in the state, he has done just 10%. The likes of Ebonyi State were having paltry sums, that one of the poorest in terms of allocation. Look at what the guy did. So I don't think Wike stands a chance when it comes to crowd. Even the Port Harcourt, even the River State itself is filled with Igbos, and they believe in Peter Obi. So and this guy has succeeded in it. It allowed the military to come in there and kill Igbos.
Do you think this march that we saw today, it puts to an end somewhat the narrative that Peter Obi
is deputy president.
No, he's a regional champion.
Of course, it has put on. You saw the first match. I believe you saw the first match. You saw the crowd. If Peter Obi goes to Ladipo, you will see the crowd. If he goes to Alaba International, you will see the crowd. If he goes to even Oshodi, Igbos are everywhere. Igbos are everywhere. And not just Igbos now. The intelligence, I'll use the word intelligentsia for people who can grasp those videos and understand what he said on those videos where he was giving talks. Those are people who have come who are below average. They see these things and they know if a person is telling you something that is laced with fact, you will know. The truth is nobody has come out to say Peter Obi was owing in his state when he left office. Peter Obi didn't save money. He was lying. Nobody has said that. He was the only governor in the history of that country after the maybe first republic that has been able to leave office with some savings and government investment. He invested in what is this alcohol company? The government of Anambra State has a share in one of those companies, and this company gets its raw materials right inside the state. So what are we saying?
Okay, and do you feel emboldened even more now in your support of him, and more importantly, in his chances after what you witnessed today?
Yeah, I've always told you here, but it's just that you always play a narrative that favored Tinubu. When me and CBD were telling you Peter Obi is the man, you said no. But now you have soft pedal.
No, I don't play a narrative that favors Tinubu.
You are always talking Tinubu here that time now.
No, only what is a different party now. They are not even up against each other yet. So
I know. But right now, even as we know Nigeria, Nigeria doesn't always favor the good guy. So that's why I'm positing that he might not get his party's ticket, but if he gets it, all well and good. But he might not get it. And if he doesn't get it, I hope he's negotiating on another platform so that there might be some last-minute takeover, so that he can use his popularity, But certainly for deputy presidency slot, again, I mean,
well, he hasn't been deputy president, so that would be a progression. That would be a progression in his career.
Obi was a boy. Obi has now turned to a man, So Obi should use his name because Obi has a better name than Atiku. Obi has a better name than Atiku.
A better name or a bigger name?
Let me tell you something. They are all.
So are you making the distinction though? A better name or a bigger name? Maybe a better name, but not a bigger name. Yeah.
What I said was a better name. Okay. When in terms of a bigger name, we will see because it's when we get to the battleground that we know who's who. But a better name because Atiku has been known to. How did he make his money? How did Atiku make his money? He was a cost.
It also depends on a bigger name among who. Because
in Nigeria, in Nigeria
generally,
yes.
I don't think we can give it to Atiku this time.
You think Obi has a bigger name that in Nigeria than Atiku? You think he's better known? People relate to him more than Atiku. Do you think he's better known than Atiku?
Obviously, with the delegates and the politicians, no.
But, I'm not talking about it. I'm saying in Nigeria. Do you think Obi is better known in Nigeria than Atiku?
Well, if it's for being known, yeah, obviously the Atiku still has that. Atiku has been in the top.
So Atiku has a bigger name than in Nigeria. Not a better name, but a bigger name.
No, what I mean in terms of popularity, maybe that's where we are disagreeing. I'm looking at it in popularity sense, not in.
Well, popularity is known now. When you are known, you are popular.
Yeah, that's how I'm looking at it. So being known right now with the kind of voters, the potential voters that they will be expecting to vote this time around, I think it's safe to say in some parts, or let's say the southern middle belt part of the country, Obi has a bigger name.
I have to say though that it's been a master stroke political play by the Peter Obi supporters. because I don't think the political space can treat him with the same disregard, you know,
Anymore.
as yes, you know, because they've given him a real boon, a real boost by this demonstration of support. So
Yeah.
that is to say that the
One
minutes
man.
this time, yeah.
Well, you said the demonstration. How many people came out? Of course, we saw crowds, but they said 1 million. Were they up to 1 million, as they were saying?
No, not 1 million. It's spread across the entirety of the country. So that's the more not 1 million in, because that would then make it 36 million, wouldn't it? But in totality, and 1 million is a metaphor, by the way. I don't think any 1 million man.
Yeah.
I don't think any 1 million man march in the world has ever attained 1 million people.
It has
So
never
it's just a
just
figure.
a metaphor.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
I'm trying to do is,
100,000 people. What a rational
all I'm
mind.
trying
It's
to
just
say
a
is,
metaphor.
compared to Atiku, you can't compare OP as it is right now. You can't compare him to Atiku. Atiku had that
On what basis? What are you? What's the
popularity
Okay, yeah. So that's what we established.
in every nooks and cranny of that country.
But you know Atiku,
In every nooks and cranny.
you know Atiku because he was former deputy president.
Yeah.
But you didn't know him because he was an excellent money saver or businessman or a good governor or a good
You
leader.
see, it's name recognition and association, X0. So Atiku has name recognition, and then that name recognition, the association is with governance at the presidential level. So those two things is name recognition and association.
Let me take a zero up on that. What you just put down. Even the Peter Obi you are talking about, who knew him as an entrepreneur, even though that he is saying it while he was in office or before when he was campaigning, and now that he's campaigning again, he keeps repeating that same thing, that I was an entrepreneur, I manage banks, I manage my own financial whatever. I mean, that is how it is. Article 2. We know.
Let me tell you.
An entrepreneur is not buying and selling. I'm sure you know that.
Exactly.
In banking and
Exactly. Let me tell you this.
He said he's an entrepreneur. He's a
rational
right now. Let's not pick on anything. I'm just saying that this is what he says.
But you are picking on what he's saying, but the parameters of definition, you are narrowing it to buying and selling.
Yeah.
No, he said, haven't you heard him?
Yeah, but listen now.
He said
I
that
just want to tell
he's a trader. Obi is a trader. That's what he said every time. He repeats that every time.
Okay, we also know him. But that does not discount the other things he has going on. He has managed 3 banks now.
Yeah.
Plus
all right. Hold on. Let's get back to X0. Let's get back to X0. So X0, back to you.
Yeah. What Obi said is verifiable. You go check the banks and you see it. You know, in banking, there's what you call investment banking. As when you get into investment banking, you are almost an entrepreneur because you're investing with people's monies. And if it's a bank where you are a co-owner or you're a back investor in the business, every investment, as you invest with people's money, you are also making profit for yourself. It's entrepreneurship. It's part of entrepreneurship because you are using your initiative for those people. You're making money not just for yourself, but for people who put their faith in your bank. So that's why the people say people can use that term. It's a larger term. It's not a simple term that means you're a sole proprietor and you use money well. How much money can you get for yourself?
Is this million man march, is it a one-off or is it something they're looking to repeat? Although it's so close to the primaries now, but certainly I don't think you can take this is the second time that the Southeast has shown a unique and peculiar capacity for organization and delivery. Remember when they initiated the sit at home, we were on this platform and we were saying that we're going to call a verdict on it, and it was a resounding success. So we saw again this million man march, and we said we're going to call a verdict on it, and there's no gainsaying that it was a relative success. How successful it is, we'll find out in the course of time as the more and more information continues to come out. But in terms of the organization, the participation, and the impact, you cannot say other than it has been a success.
Yeah. Like I said before, when you start a process, you start somewhere and then it goes viral. Don't forget that this million march is not to win delegates. This million march shows you that the guy is aiming for the election itself. You
No,
understand?
I think it's
Because
to
there's
sway.
no way.
No. I think it may well be to sway the delegates to
Yeah,
show
well,
that, to show the mass of support that this
support
guy
that he
has,
has.
to then tell
Okay.
them that, look, this guy is a viable option for the presidency. I don't
But-
think Atiku
but
can
you know why I
command a
said
million
that?
man, not even in Adamawa, he can't
But
command
you know why
a
I
million
said,
man match.
you know why I said this guy is aiming for, he's gunning for the presidential election and not these primaries, because he himself said it that Nigeria's electioneering has become, what he has discovered after touring the 36 states is that Nigeria's political space is so transactional. Obi will not pay for delegates. Do you understand it now? He will not
But
pay
would
for
that not
delegates.
ultimately be his downfall, though?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying Obi will not pay for delegates because he doesn't have that kind of money. Even if he has that kind of money, he's not willing to put it down for a process like this. So what I see...
Well, so that then makes his candidature just an academic exercise.
No,
because
I think...
it's money politics we play in Nigeria, as you
well,
know.
yes, but I think some people have come in to change the game. What you can negotiate with are many, are more than just money. Because if you get money and then that's it, then you leave are you not going to come back and help the administration? But if you get the promise of being fully involved in an administration, because there's a promise of jobs and more jobs, which means a lot will go around. I think that's a better deal than giving money to people. Obi himself said it, that he discovered that Nigeria's politics is transactional, that some people were going around seeking for delegates and paying money. People we knew and everybody know have not done anything in the past years. And everybody know that these monies are stolen monies. You understand it? So that's why I concluded that this 1 million man march is aimed to sensitize people that there's a new sheriff in town. Come join this moving train and let's go for the presidency. I see him, maybe not winning the PDP primaries, but taking over another party and using his name to fight for the presidency. That's what I see. That's what I see playing out. Because, I mean, to pay the delegates, I don't think so. I don't think so.
All right. So what we have essentially seen today is the arrival of Peter Obi amongst the big boys in politics. Because somewhat people have been derisory towards him, just to say this is just some Eastern guy, that stands no chance. But the East back him up. So it's a real demonstration, and politics cannot ignore it. Everybody in politics would have noted that, and a lot of them would have wished one they had the idea, but more importantly, they had the command to do that. If you ask a 1 million man person to come out nationwide for Tinubu, you'll be lucky if you get 10 people in Lagos. If you ask for the same in Adamawa for Atiku, you'll be lucky if even if his own wife will turn up. They don't even like him in Adamawa. Nobody know who will turn out for. But so he has that zeitgeist. It captures the spirit of this moment, and it rhymes with that younger, more erudite, more urbane sort of mindset.
Yeah.
But does that translate into political, capital? Is the thing. But is that even we'll see how it plays out. But certainly not to be ignored, the demonstration for Peter Obi today.
You know, there are new electorates every year. People turn 18 every year. These are the millennials, and these are the people who use the internet more. So I think there's a chance. It's just for them to go get their voters cards ready. People are graduating from secondary school every year, So we'll just wait and see. Let's wait and see.
All right. The only thing I will say is just brace yourself so you're not disappointed, because we've seen this flash bang before, and then it ended in a damn squib. So we've seen the flashbang before. So this is certainly a flashbang, though. Hopefully it doesn't end in a damn squib. But so that's Peter Obi, of course, who straddles the space like a colossus. So Peter Obi straddles the space like a colossus, but Peter, the greater colossal figure in the eastern part, of course, Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu wished to make broadcast to his supporters when we met. Anambra State Governor Soludo speaking on his visit still with Peter Obi. So in the readout, something struck me somewhat curious, that there's actually a contention, somewhat of a skirmish within the eastern parts, with people calling to query that meeting that Soludo had with Kanu, claiming that it wasn't Kanu, that it was a clone. So what is now this? Have you heard that narrative? And what is this? What's the obsession with the eastern space? He says, he said, the people saying Soludo posted the video of a cloned Kanu are telling lies to deceive the people, and the truth is obvious. Do you think a governor will want to get involved in that kind of frivolities by coming to tell people that he met Kanu if he did not meet him? So this is a conversation that is actually happening. The governor is actually telling people that Kanu is not a clone. What's this thing, man? What's this thing that you guys? What's this thing?
You know, I don't know. Have you heard of? Have you ever heard of the Buhari media? There's something they call it BMP, Buhari media something. You know, a group of media guys. The one time they protested in the villa. You must have heard about them.
Yeah.
See, there's no limit to what these guys cannot do. What these Buhari media guys cannot do does not exist. They are now all of a sudden trying to play Kanu's own tactics against him. So they all of a sudden they're now called, he's now the clone. He's now the clone. These guys are capable of generating any stories and putting it in certain quarters, and those things begin to gather viral effect. How can somebody in his right mind say Soludo, who has been so serious since he got into office, is now the one bringing a fake person to tell the world? I mean, don't you think Soludo had the approval of Buhari, the president, before meeting Nnamdi Kanu?
Yeah, it would have had to have been signed off, almost certainly, yes.
Yes. So because there was an instance where some people wanted to have a meeting with Kanu to be able to plead his case and then see how it goes. But they were waiting for the approval of the president. You know, I think there was a period there were some people who wanted to do that. So if you have to get approval from presidency to see Kanu Nnamdi Kanu, then what is this story of a clone all about? If not to just, put
the East does have that penchant for that level of embellishment, and they get carried away somewhat, away with the fairies. It's not unknown. I mean, it's not beyond the realms of possibilities. We know, we know their love for. They'll say no, he didn't meet him. It's a clone, because they've already now come to ease with that word clone, and now everybody is a clone. Nnamdi Kanu now a clone.
Of course, Nigerians are funny sometimes, because the kind of stories they believe, you who is an analytical thinker, you will marvel at what Nigerians are capable of doing in delusion. They don't put 2 and 2 together to get their own result. They just listen to things and say, wow, that's possible. So that happened, and they believe it. That's why pastors are capable of deceiving large crowds of people. And not single one of them will go back and reason that this man might be lying. I mean, how can somebody
don't forget
sorry, Nsibide. Hold on, Nsibide. No, there's no cloning going on, please. We are trying to actually. But if you want to insist, we can go there, and then we make a mockery of the.
There's an official clone company or organization in Canada. Just Google it, you'll find it.
All right, okay. So they secretly squirreled Nnamdi Kanu out of Nigeria
No,
to
I'm
go
not
and clone
supporting
him.
that narrative. I'm just putting it out
Okay,
there.
let's go now. Then we go all the way and we do Dubril again and Yam and what is kind of.
I mean, okay,
Look
even
at
if
his
you want
ears,
to
so
clone
look at his
somebody,
nose. So
Good
okay,
evening, good evening,
even if,
one man.
oh
Good evening, one man. Can I
Tony,
come in or
no,
later wait? Later
Tony,
wait.
please,
Okay.
no, Tony, please.
Okay. Okay.
Let the conversation. Just
people need to understand the word cloning.
yeah.
Everybody can be cloned, but when you are cloned,
Sorry,
are
Tony,
you
but I
going
want
to
the
get...
sorry, Xero. Sorry, Tony, I didn't shut you down, but I want the conversation to follow the trajectory. But you know, when you come in, you just swing it to the
Okay.
left.
All
Yeah.
right, sir.
So yeah, carry on, Xero.
Yeah, scientifically, it has been proven because they've done tests, but they are not allowed to do tests on humans. But a human can be cloned.
All
But
right.
then, if you are cloned, you are not
Yeah.
cloned into an adult, a full adult. It's a baby using your cell DNA part of your body cells to create an exact copy of you, but a baby form. I've never seen where they clone somebody and it's exactly an adult.
Do you remember the movie Frankenstein?
Yes.
You see, that's what it reminds me of when I hear this cloning. It's just the most ludicrous. But let's move away from there. This is why people somewhat are. If you hear some element of derision in people's tonality about the East, is this sort of cloning thing?
This kind of
it makes the whole when we are marveling on the Million Man March. And now they are cloning again, you know. So they never, you know. But let's move it on from there. But still stay with that meeting between Nnamdi Kanu and Charles Soludo. So what came out was that Nnamdi Kanu would like the opportunity to broadcast to his followers, just to clarify what his positions are, so that all the activities happening under his name, a lot of people then can know that it's not. Because even today, they kidnapped and beheaded the chairman of Soludo's local government, local government. So all these things still happening under that banner of we're fighting for Nnamdi Kanu's release, we're fighting for this, that, and the other. So do you think that broadcast should be allowed, that Nnamdi Kanu should be facilitated the opportunity to speak to his adherents to say, this is not in my name and not in my name, Xero?
I'll first, because when you make this readout, I already relate them to other issues, and then I come up with my own analysis. You see, if you look through what happened recently in Imo State, where the in-law of Rocha Sokorocha was kidnapped or was taken forcefully, you know, what came out of that issue was that some of those thugs that the governor were saying were used to perpetrate terrorism in the state. Well, they actually worked with the governor. They worked with the past governor, and they worked with Rochas. You understand? So relating that with what's happening in the East, not everybody is in the same faction, and everybody knows this.
Yeah, but everybody is under the same narrative, not the same faction, but under the same narrative. And that narrative is Nnamdi Kanu's narrative. So they need to hear his voice.
You know, at some point, you might think that, okay, what's happening is solely IPOB. No. Some political, maybe disgruntled elements are seriously funding terrorism to create.
Sorry, Xero. Let me cite you an example. The sit at home is being insisted upon, is being organized and enforced to say essentially to request the release of Nnamdi Kanu forcefully. But Nnamdi Kanu, from what Soludo told us from that interaction, he does not consent to or approve of that sit at home. But it's being carried out under his name, under his narrative. So a lot of these things, you know, they will continue to hide it under him until he comes out to say, not in my name.
Yes, okay, but you know, if the sit at home is being carried out by a faction of IPOB, you know what will naturally happen? The funding will fizzle out because they can only last that long, and then there will be no more funding. Because Nnamdi Kanu would have already told the authentic IPOB to stop contribution so that money doesn't get to these people. But the funding continues and the killing continues. Where is the money coming from? There are some disgruntled elements right in that country.
The money is coming from criminality, though.
From which criminality?
Extortion, robbery, blackmail. A lot of that going
on. These people don't kidnap. Remember.
One man can't allow you.
The non-government.
Though those are unfound, unrealistic claims.
No, those are things. No, those are things that we've discussed here before. When people are being, there was in several instances during the sit at home, cars will be stopped, they will be robbed. In instances, the car burnt. Shops that open are ransacked. Even some of the shops that are not open are ransacked. We've seen instances. We saw when they kidnapped two Igwes, two leaders, two Obas equivalent, and they messed them up for a lot of criminality and extortion.
Yes, but how do they make money from those things?
But they have distanced themselves from those things. And there's no way you criminals, these people are not part of the criminals, so how are they benefiting?
No, what I'm saying is all of that's going on under the narrative of that Nnamdi Kanu space. They're under the narrative of we want his release, under the narrative of the Biafra narrative, under all of the narratives that Nnamdi Kanu created. So if it's afforded the opportunity to make a broadcast, to hit all these key targets and say that this is not what I'm for, this is not what I'm for, this is not in my name, then it is very difficult then for those narratives to continue to exist, unless it's then an act of outright criminality, which the law enforcement can then go after.
That's what I just explained to you, man.
Yeah.
I said Nnamdi Kanu has made this because I saw the video where his younger brother said, this is what our leader Nnamdi Kanu said I should tell you people. Stop killing our people. If you don't stop, we will come after you. That is what he said. I saw the video, so it's not as if I didn't see that video. And then now you say what he said to Soludo was that he wishes he had the opportunity to have another broadcast to speak to them. But what I'm trying to say to you from what you said now is that this stealing of shops or ransacking of shops, taking of people's cars and cannot fund those bullets and guns and those ammunitions those people are carrying. The money has to be coming in from some sympathizers, or money is coming in from disgruntled elements who want to create chaos in the state.
Exiro, the greater point that I wanted to you to land on, or really what I was really asking is, do you think the federal space should facilitate for that broadcast? Do you think it should be facilitated for?
I think they should, rather than facilitate for a broadcast, facilitate for a negotiation for its release. Because
no, but that's not in play at the moment. But this is a more immediate panacea to douse the tension in the East. If they hear his voice and they hear what he's saying, then there's clear direction on what is for and what is not. So his release is a longer term strategy now. They're not going to release him anytime soon.
In fact, I would have loved to hear from him. Yeah, quite all right. Why?
Yeah.
I would have loved to hear from him. Who is the authentic IPOB? Is it Simon Ekpa's autopilot or the DOS? Because these two seem to be at loggerheads. And the man at the center of the issue is still alive. It's not like Nnamdi Kanu is gone.
I don't think they'll let him speak on that.
Yeah, so there's some reason why they don't want to let him speak. They don't want to grant him importance, but it's already important. Buhari actually made Nnamdi Kanu larger than life.
All right.
He actually did it single-handedly by him. You know?
All right, thank you, Xero. Let me take you to another talking point. APC clears Attorney General of the Federation Malami for Kebbi governorship election. So he told us that he'd withdrawn his application, but they've cleared him nevertheless. But then they requested him to resign if he wants to run for the governorship, but he has not resigned. So he's straddling those two spaces as we speak now. He's running to be governor, as well as being the Attorney General of the Federation, contrary to direct instructions by the party that you cannot hold on to those two spaces. But then, of course, a Fulani man, different rules.
I think we have not seen the last of this high-handedness and nepotism in Nigeria. Because if we have seen enough of it, we would have risen and stopped this madness. Now, the likes of Amechi and the likes of Nwajuba, what's that guy's name? The Minister of State for Education, and the other ones have left their office and resigned because they stated clearly that because it is going to go against the party in the long run, because the opposition parties may use it against them. So I just think this guy is being penny wise and pound foolish. You see, if he eventually wins that election, he's winning it for the opposition party. In his desperation to seek immunity for the callous way he has run that ministry, for the callous activities that have taken place under him, he wants to now retire to Kebbi State in the middle of his people where nobody can touch him, where he will have immunity for another 8 years. So he doesn't want to leave immunity for 1 minute. He doesn't want to leave his office and then go into active electioneering because he's scared that the person that takes over might find some dirty things and they'll use it against him before the election. So this man wants to eat his cake and have it. Now, can he go scot-free? Of course, he will enjoy the free ride now. But what will he end up as? The opposition party will finally come and take.
If he maneuvers into Kebbi State House, then it's going to be the next president of is going to be the president of Nigeria after whoever gets this goal.
But that's what I'm saying. If there will be a long legal tussle if he becomes governor of Kebbi State, because it is against the law to contest an election.
They are challenging that particular clause on the 24th, and is certain that it's going to be expunged because there's the belief that it runs contrary to the constitution. And then the 24th is in 3 days time, and then their primaries is on the 28th. So that would still be sufficient enough time for him to be legal.
So is that short window he wants to? You see
yes, this is the game they are playing now. This is the game they are playing. This is their takia, according to them.
This guy is so desperate, you know. And the likes of the other ones who have resigned their offices, if they eventually get this thing passed, they will be like the losers.
Yeah, they are the mughals.
Well, I've always seen that guy, that Malami guy, as an incompetent for that office. Doesn't even know, he cannot even interpret the law. I mean, a person who compared Igbo traders in the north to cows who are freely patrolling, says if they don't allow cows to patrol in the east, then at the same time Igbo traders cannot be in the north. I mean, what kind of comparison? That's a legal luminary. Yeah, does that person sound clever?
He's clever, but in a devious, sly sort of way.
Yeah.
In a self-interest, perpetrating. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't like that guy for one. There's so many of these people I don't like, but this guy is almost at the top, of people I don't really like. I can't stand him for 1 minute. I just look at it. An attorney general. Look at what an attorney general is doing. That is not the person who's supposed to be interpreting the laws to us. I mean, I don't understand this country. I don't understand it.
It's a real spectacle. APC chairman speaks on Tinubu, others dumping the party. So the speculation, of course, that Tinubu, if he doesn't get the APC radar ticket, he would park and move away to SDP. This is a story that's been gathering somewhat momentum within the space, and he now addresses it frontally, Abdullahi Adamu, assuring that nobody would leave the party. But is he in a position to give that assurance, X-Zero?
No, he's not, because what he said is it's very likely that some people will dump that party. Like Ajani Koko said, we might just go back to regional parties, but then the regional parties, to form those structures, it will be too late to get those structures. There's already NMPP that with the like of what's this man's name? Those
Kwakwanso
and
Shekarau.
Yes, you know. So, but it will be difficult to get the authentic Yoruba structures of AD because there's so much betrayal that they don't even want to hear each other's name again. You know, look at how they dumped the original 5 Yoruba or 6 Yoruba AD governors. You know, they don't want to hear it again. If you come with that story again, they will tell you, so we want to use us to make somebody else leader that will now dump us again. So it's too late. And ABGA has been so depleted. They only have one state, Anambra State. I don't think they have another state. And it's too late because Peter Obi left them to join the PDP, seeking the higher offices, you know, presidency. So it's too late to form those regional parties the way they are. But what I think will happen is, one, like I said before, it spells the end of APC as we know it. Something will give. Something definitely will give. Because there are too many people who don't like Tinubu to emerge because nobody is going to be able to ride him. And he has his way of.
One man, please, just to say something about Peter Obi. I don't want to say something about Peter Obi. Please, sir.
So sorry now. Let's X-Zero. You always take us on a wild ride. And
no. Just only one phrase.
Okay, go on.
Only one phrase. Thank you, sir. Yeah. Thank you, sir. So you know that already disqualifies Peter Obi. Already disqualified him forever for even dumping that ABGA, which was a regional party formed by their leader, one of the good leaders, Ojukwu. And then for dumping that party, it put his credibility into very dark cloud. You know what I'm saying? So it should crash out. It's not qualified. Thank you, sir.
Well, that's your opinion.
What do you want to do? You need that regional power, but he destroyed it. Why should he dump that as a governor?
Let me explain to you. You see, it's not that he dumped the party. There were things happening that were no longer under his control, you know. And recently we saw Bianca slapped the wife of the governor, or the outgoing governor. It's part of the reason. The party has been hijacked by the wrong people. Don't forget that Okorocha was also part of that party, and he left.
Yes.
He left. Yeah. So there were a lot of people who were misfits in that party that were already making that party, you know, a kind of an unholy union. The only one, even the last governor of Anambra State was even part of the problem, and that was why the wife was slapped. You know, so you can imagine something that led to the wife of the governor, the last governor, being slapped.
Yes. And
imagine what Peter Obi saw. Peter Obi knew that he could not stay there. It's not as if he was angry.
I hear you, my brother. So I hear you, my brother.
He's going for.
I hear you, my brother. That's why you have no candidate from the southeast then, because they are not consistent. They are not steadfast. They don't have a plan to to grow the party.
What's your grounds with the southeast?
No, I mean,
I told you this.
ABGA, very good party. ABGA, for killing ABGA.
You cannot be holier than the Pope. You cannot be holier than the Pope. The people in the party.
What is that? Is it only Igbo people that have been transcending parties? So why is
that was a particular. Yeah, I love ABGA. I'm from Southern. ABGA is a very powerful party in some states, like the Labour Party. In Ondo State. So ABGA was a very powerful party. From all this data, Edo and and the Ondo State. So
But after they have a national
we are
structure,
angry. We are angry that the people that form the party, they will dump it and go and join another party because of looking for power. You know what I'm saying? So they should have stayed here to grow, to let the party grow, and then to have a, to be playing
all
a
right.
broker.
All right, thank you. So that's Tony's subjective view, which is entitled to. But let me get you back to where you were, X0. But before I get you back to where you were, X0, just a gentle nudge to the listeners. As you can see, we're trying to achieve 100 likes. We've been fluctuating in viewership between 160 and 170, but the like button only showing a derisory 30 likes thereabout. So if you can, let's try and push that up. We're aiming for 100, which we reach often. So let's reach it today again. So we hold that as a consistency. But X0, you were speaking to Abubakar Malami and his Machiavellian moves to straddle two beasts.
Yes, that guy has become a virus, that has to be caught. I don't know what Malami will be doing if he doesn't have power, of the Attorney General or some kind of immunity power, maybe of the governor. I don't know really what he will be doing, because he has committed a lot of atrocities. Under him, a lot of misinterpretation of the law has taken place.
In fact, the law has been abandoned, really,
yes,
under him.
The law has been abandoned, and he really needs to go into the archives. We really need to forget about this kind of people, so that our sanity will be complete. Because it is insane that a person like this is a custodian of the law. It is insane.
It's a travesty.
It's a travesty, man. This guy has been the number one problem of this country. I mean, how can a country be lawful when the custodian of the law is lawless?
It is lawless. It's only in Nigeria, always upside down, everything.
Always upside down, Yeah. And if that guy is still in the if he's still in the mix of things.
This is a guy that addresses press conferences in Hausa. Imagine
Yes. When they
so I have to go and learn Hausa to be a Nigerian now. Is that what it is?
I mean, this country, we need to. This is like the more we are trying to face these guys out there, they're fighting hard to remain in our consciousness. We want this kind of people to be in history. We want a new set of people. We want somebody from out of the box to emerge, so that our Nigerians. I'm sorry to say, with what is happening in Nigeria, a lot of people are going to get cancer because the BP. A lot of people are having high BP already. People send their kids to school knowing that they cannot continue paying their fees, and this country is going haywire. And we have people like this. How is it going to ever? Okay, where is it? Who funded this? His nomination form? Who's funding it? Where is the money coming from? Has he told us?
All right, you were actually on Tinubu. I just remembered now, but carry on. When Tony interceded.
No, I was trying to say that if Tinubu can become from AD to what's the party they formed, ACL, right? Before he now merged with if he can move from AD, why is it wrong for Peter Obi to move from an ABGA that was only a southeastern party to a PDP that was a national party? And he explained it clearly why. I'm not into politics. I'm not a politician. I'm not his mouthpiece. I'm not going to be an apologist for anybody. But it made sense what he said, that he left the party for a bigger structure, a party that had a national structure, to see how an Igbo president can emerge. He said that. So it's understandable. This coming from somebody who never stole money, who left the office.
You know that narrative is going to come and bite him in the back soon, that he never stole money. I'm yet to meet the Nigerian politician that's never stolen money. And he has a case file with the FCC, so let's not forget that.
The most righteous former governor,
Most?
The most righteous among all these governors.
Righteous. Are we
All
adding
these are
righteous
fine.
now? Are we adding righteous now? Righteous.
One man. Even you know that from what we have seen recently, from the insane stealing that has gone on in this country, a Peter Obi is a saint by a long distance compared to most of these other people.
The lesser of two evils is still evil.
But at least he has empirical evidence that he's not stolen. And let's leave it at that. Because I will take you to something that Abacha's son, was it Mohamed Abacha, said when they asked him where he made all this money. You know what he said? Opportunities. Opportunities are bound when you are in this office. Investments are coming in. We don't know what to do behind closed doors. We just see the papers, and if they are good to go, and we don't have any evidence to hold you, to ransom or to say you've stolen, it's good to go. Unless somebody comes out from the company and says, "Oh, before we cited this industry here, Peter Obi asked us to give him a kickback of 1 billion." Then show us the evidence. That's why I said there are opportunities. If you are a governor of a state, investors come in, they want to come. Sometimes they give you gifts. And these gifts, nobody talks about it. These things happen. It's not as if they don't happen. But it is when they come to the public view that we can now use them to attack the subject. But if these things don't come to the public view, and you don't have anything in court or anything you can hold with facts against these politicians, I think we should let go. It's not everybody that you smear. If you don't see, in Nigeria, it is you are innocent until proven guilty. If you have not seen, which of the governors have we seen that has not stolen, that doesn't have a file with the AFCC? In fact, if you don't have a file with the AFCC, people will begin to suspect you more. How come? How is that possible? So I think from all we've seen, Peter Obi seems to have not just the right pedigree, but the right mindset. The mindset of somebody who, even if he doesn't know, is ready to employ somebody that knows. Is ready to work with somebody that knows better than him.
Like Cyril.
Yes.
What man can I address as Cyril?
Yeah, go on.
You and CB said, I think I heard in CB said Peter Obi was the righteous. I don't know how you come about that one.
The superlatives are just coming out. All the superlatives.
That's so ridiculous.
It will be another savior soon, but we know where we're going.
Cyril, I hope you consider the two things that is dangling on his neck. At least as far as I know, maybe there are more. One is that he invested Anambara's money in one of his in-law, one of his brother or whatever family members. Is it breweries or whatever?
Daughter's name.
Hold on. I don't know if that. Let me say that. I think that one is different from what I'm saying. He invested while he was in office. Anambara's state's money was invested in one of Peter Obi's family members' company.
Is it the one of $20 million?
Hold on. Then the second infraction was the Pandora something that he did not declare, because according to the how do they call it, this declaration or whatever, you are required to declare everything you have, even everything you transferred in your name that was transferred.
It's even deeper than that. Sorry, rational mind. The Pandora papers is even deeper than just non-declaration. And the excuse that he gave for non-declaration somewhat laughable.
That's laughable, yeah.
But then it's deeper than that. Yeah. A lot of the companies that he set up, that he then parked in the offshore spaces, they were set up when he was in office. And he set it up under his daughter's name, Alexandra. And he then parked it offshore in a tax money laundering haven. So it's deeper than yes. So why are you parking shell companies offshore as a governor and hiding it under your daughter's name?
You see, guys,
Woman,
if I
you
didn't
arrest
see,
him
So
if
like
I
it
did
that.
not,
is deeper
So
than
what's the
just
righteousness
not
there?
if
declaring.
I
When you
have
did not
not
declare
seen,
that?
if I have not seen an interview of Peter Obi,
Political righteousness, not his personal activities. We don't want to know. But
if
like
I,
he said, why is people interested in business that he did that has nothing to do with Anambra State's money?
exactly,
So
that's what I'm coming to. If I had not seen an interview of Peter Obi on Arise News Network where he explained all this and how he had an investment, how he had a company before he even came into office, and that was the investment that was growing. Because even if you get into office, your investment is your investment. It doesn't stop growing. If you make an investment, it grows. So you don't expect a person to enter office and all his monies or his companies they just remain stagnant. It's not done. Nobody's coming to Nigeria to work for free. If you are working, if you are as an individual, you are free to have so many companies wherever you want to. And he explained this in detail on Arise News Network. So I don't know where you guys got this information from. Maybe you are listening to people other than Peter Obi. I would advise you to look at the interview, watch the interview thoroughly he did in Arise.
I got the sorry, rational mind. I got the information from the actual journal that did the expose. I read it in total. So that's where I got the information from
I
the
got
people
my
who
own information.
from the people who investigated him.
I got my own information from Peter Obi's mouth.
Well, you got
So,
his.
hold on, Xero. You didn't watch? Did you watch that? You said you watched that interview.
Yes.
Did you listen to his reason when he was questioned? I think maybe was it this guy anyway the other guy
Rufai.
When Rufai asked him that question. You know what he said?
I can play that tape again. So it's not a matter
Woman,
of...
if you can dig it out, if it's possible, you can dig it out.
We know his defense, but his defense is not sufficient to match the allegations.
It's not sufficient for political reasons, I understand. And what will
not
be
for
the
political
gain?
reasons. Don't say that now.
What will be the gain?
He said. Did you know what he said? He said he did not know that he did not, because sorry, who's that in the background?
It's me. I was just getting out.
No. He said that he did not disclose because other people were also on that. He formed companies with other people, and he did not want their identity disclosed because it did not know that the law would just some feeble, very feeble.
Can I play his response?
No, don't. We know his response now. It's what I just said.
He might even be charged to court, and you don't know the kind of legal implications he would have faced by declaring a business that he went into. Do we know the terms and conditions he has with all those people that he's in the business with? So how will
if what he says, if it subsists, then very easily everybody can go and form a shell company with their daughter, wife, cousin, etc., park all their ill-gotten gains under that company, and then claim that because other parties are under that company, they are not obliged to declare it as assets in their declaration forms.
One man, sorry.
It's just so feeble.
Let me just say that he asked in that interview, there's a place he asked that why can't EFCC or whoever is investigating him, why can't they show him where Anambra State government's money entered into any personal thing that he was doing?
His file is still open at the FCC. His file is still open.
But these people have no case. They only
anytime they like. That's their
they have no okay, what is the crime? They can't find anything because they found out that he did not take any money from Anambra State money. That is the interest of people.
Where did you hear that they found out that he didn't take any money from Anambra State?
So why is he contesting? Why is he not behind the what will be the benefit of
why is Tinubu contesting? Why is Atiku contesting? Why is Bello contesting?
Yeah, but he said they did not find anything connecting Anambra State money to his business.
Who said that?
Peter Obi. He said by himself.
He would now. What else would he say other than that?
It's a lie. EFCC would have come and told us otherwise.
His file is still open.
So let us wait until the file is until they tell us now.
Yeah, innocent until proven guilty. I don't think this issue should even arise.
One man, I want to interject a little bit without a quarter, please.
Go on.
Thank you, sir. This is your pain. I'm deeply pained. I have stomach ache right now because we should be united in condemning all Nigeria political, all the Nigeria political class. But you know that when we bring Tinubu here or Shomole, we all condemn them. But I don't know why we should be tribalistic somehow. Like, okay, I want to protect my own. Please, sir, everybody on this platform, madams, misters, or whatever, please let's condemn all the Nigeria political class, irrespective of whether we are for that tribe or not. Please, sir, they are all useless. So that is why we are suffering today. Thank you, sir.
But how will we talk about politics?
Let me even ask you a question. Who was in charge of the EFCC? Who was in charge of EFCC? No, that's not the name of the guy.
Those people, they belong to other people. We have been talking about them, how they owe the country, so how they can do and not do. So, but for us, people, these people that come from the south, let us join hand together and condemn them. The political class, whether they come from a village or they come from a tribe or my state, please, sir.
Nigeria
Wike, all of them, let's condemn them. The Mobaseki, the Fashola, all of them, Tinubu, we condemn them here. I don't know why you are just dragging this on, consuming time.
Politicians are still in charge of the political affairs. So we have to talk about, you can't dismiss all of them. So what will you do?
Nobody is good among them.
Let me address.
The same Magu that stole money.
Yeah. We know all of these people are all thieves. We know. You see, but one thing we should be honest with ourselves is that every tribe seems to have, not that it seems to, every tribe has their own thieves, their money launderers. However they come, however they do it. If you are dishonest in little things, definitely you'll be dishonest in what is much. So if he could not declare his assets, he used some kind of shell company or some kind of a loophole to block that part so that you could not declare it today. I mean, that in itself is an infraction. So what are we saying? I mean, I condemn every one of my people from my own place. I don't sugarcoat it because I like them because they're my people. You see, but the point is this. Do I think Peter Obi has what it takes to bring some kind of transformation into that country? Yes, I think he can. By virtue of his success and whatever he has achieved and his knowledge, I believe he can. But that he doesn't have that, like when you say he's a righteous man, what makes him righteous?
I say he's a politically righteous man.
You didn't say political initially, but when you say that was what brought me into this whole thing. He's not righteous in any way. Either you call it political, whatever. But the point is this: every one of our tribe people, they have their shortcomings, they have their own dark past or whatever it is with them. So let's just speak to that. But I'm not saying because of that. I think he has what it takes to transform that country. But that just
Why do you think that?
I just said it, one man. I said I believe because of his success he has had in his personal business. Little thing we heard about what he did in Anambra State. Little, I won't say much because I would say that what he did was what exactly one would say is, at least compared to some other governors, I see a little bit of. I read about it. Yeah, that in itself, yeah. But then
let me just bring you 4 or 5 paragraphs. Peter Obi, his daughter, and a secret business. Mr. Obi has two children, a daughter, Gabriela, and a son, Godfrey. Sometime in 2010, more than 4 years after he became a governor, the politician developed an appetite to set up his first discrete company in the British Virgin Islands. He named the company Gabriela Investment Limited after his daughter to set up what has now become a convoluted business structure. Mr. Obi first approached Access International, a secrecy enabler in Monaco, France, to help him incorporate an offshore entity in one of the world's most notorious tax havens, noted for providing conduits for wealthy and privileged corrupt political elites to hide stolen money to avoid the attention of tax authorities. Tax havens are politically and economically stable offshore jurisdictions or countries with extensive laws and systems. Sorry, can somebody, whoever is on the phone, please, Who's that? Who's that on the phone?
Sorry. Let me just put up my.
Tax havens are politically and economically stable offshore jurisdictions or countries with extensive laws and systems that provide little or no tax obligations, but enable high secrecy and privacy protection for foreign individuals and businesses. Mr. Obi also paid Access International to provide nominee directors for the companies. Nominee directors are residents of tax havens paid to sit on boards of companies to hide the identity of the real owners. Or can you please mute yourself, please? If I'm reading it out and you're rumbling in the background, then it just makes a nonsense of it. Mr. Obi also paid. Mr. Obi also paid Access International to provide nominee directors for the company. Nominee directors are residents of tax havens paid to sit on boards of companies to hide the identities of real owners of offshore firms. So, after accepting a brief from the then governor, and his representatives, Access International officials headed to British Virgin Islands, a notorious tax haven, where it contracted a local registered agent, Alamein Kador Galando and Lee Trust Limited, to set up Gabriela Investment Limited for Mr. Obi. So it goes on and on. I could give you the full diet of it, and I'll post the link into the. So let's not be too quick to give this guy a clean sheet. He's as corrupt as the rest of them. Let's be honest.
Oh man, do you see that guy's comment on the? And I think that's exactly how it is. We are here most times. To be honest, some of us, if I don't say all, are here promoting Tinubu and all that. So all of a sudden, Tinubu is cleaner than.
No, Tinubu is a crook now. We all know that.
About when but everybody, like what a rational mind said, everybody will always.
You described him as righteous. You described him as righteous. Is he righteous? Does what I just read?
Righteous. Compared to Tinubu, is a saint.
Yeah, but compared to Tinubu, the devil is a saint. But then but back to X0.
Yeah. You know what you just read now. Well, if the EFC, haven't you seen a case most of the time, even when this EFCC and what is it called? Well, which one of them were in court with Nnamdi Kanu? Is it the DSS or
the DSS? Yes.
Is the DSS. Of how many charges leveled against Nnamdi Kanu? They first removed 8 out of 15, right? Then recently they removed another number of charges. So that's why I said, please wait until the man is proven guilty. Because the level charges against people go to court, most of the charges are striked out.
You know, he did not deny any of these things. He tried to either excuse or justify them. So it's not as though he's denied, because he can't deny it now because the documents are there.
No, he denied it on Arise.
He denied
it. Which Arise news did you listen to? It's not the same one we listened to, both of us.
That's what I wanted to play now.
He clarified it. Yeah, it had a lot of embellishment. So yes. he made it like they said, $80 million. 150. He was asking Ruben about it, that if he has is it $100 million, what will he be doing?
What will he be doing with it?
And at the end of the day, he said it was 13 million that he invested outside, and they wrote it there. It was I don't know, maybe.
The amount.
All right. But I just want us to knock it on the head that righteous Peter Obi, because he's a Nigerian politician, which essentially a corrupt person.
One man, please. Let me just say this: if EFCC comes at you and says you stole 5 billion, and at the end of the day, the amount in that account is 10 million naira. Doesn't it give you cause to question the EFCC that charge?
Why is it set? Why is it? Why? Hold on.
The amount that was in that account, it was far lesser than what the EFCC was claiming. Yes.
Well, why is he hiding a shell company under somebody else's name, in his daughter's name, in a corrupt tax haven, whilst he is governor?
I have I have an account on my daughters.
You are not a governor. You are not hiding it in. You are not hiding the business under somebody else's name.
Well, he might just decide to do things and it's within the law.
Look at that. Look at that.
Just make excuses.
Look at that.
No,
I tell you,
unbelievable.
What I said before.
Yeah.
I said the EFCC and the DSS are in the habit of bringing a number of charges against people, and at the end of the day, maybe one or two goes to court. And at the end of the day,
it wasn't the EFCC that brought the charge, by the way.
Okay, who did?
Do you want to know who brought to the charge? I'll tell you who brought to the charge. Hold on, because you know you cannot. Peter Obi, it may not be as corrupt as all the other Nigerian politicians, but is a corrupt politician. It was an investigation conducted by a global. It says the investigation is part of the Global International Consortium of Investigative Journalists, ICIJ, led the Pandora Project. The project saw 600 journalists from 150 news organizations around the world pouring through a trove of 11.9 million confidential files, contextualizing information, tracking down sources, and analyzing public records and other documents. So it wasn't even Peter Obi that was captured, essentially. A lot of people captured under it, but he was caught too.
Well, one man, I rest my case because I'm not Peter Obi, and I see Peter Obi.
All right, but it's not righteous. It's just a thing. So let's not.
Well, everybody's free to hold their opinion. You know? But the man.
Yes, one man. Can I just chip in this? Can I chip in something?
Money. That is the most important. He did not take public money or Anambra State money.
He clearly did. He clearly did.
How?
Did he what we just read? He clearly did.
There's no. All the things they're accusing him of is what he did with his personal money.
His personal money. What are you talking about, 90? But come on now.
Please, make I just
hold on, Tony. Okay. What are you talking about? Come on, man.
Where did you read that he clearly did? You know, you're making it look as if
he clearly did. Did you not hear what I just read?
I did not hear anything related to that in what you read.
Do you want me to reread it?
I have
the energy. So if you want me to reread it, I will reread it, and I've posted it in the comment section for people to see. So listen carefully, and this for you in CBD. Peter Obi, his daughter, and a secret business. Mr. Obi has 2 children, a daughter, Gabriela, and a son, Godfrey. Sometime in 2010, more than 4 years after he became governor, the politician developed an appetite to set up his first discreet company in the British Virgin Islands. He named it Gabriela, etc., etc., to set up what has now become a convoluted business structure. Mr. Obi first approached Access International, a secrecy enabler in Monaco, to help him incorporate an offshore entity in one of the world's most notorious tax havens, noted for providing conduit for wealthy and privileged corrupt political class to hide stolen money to avoid the attention of tax authorities. So that is what that company does to help politicians who are looting money to park their money. So already, and this is what Peter Obi did whilst he's in office. It carries on. Tax haven are politically and economic stable offshore jurisdictions and countries with extensive law and systems that provide little or no tax obligation, but enable high secrecy and privacy protection for foreign individuals and businesses. Mr. Obi also paid Access International to provide nominee directors for the companies. So he's gone to a tax haven noted for corrupt politicians globally, using that space as a place to park corrupt money, and then he goes on. He also paid Access International to provide nominee directors for the company. Nominee directors are residents of the tax haven, paid to sit on board of companies to to hide the identity of the real owner of the offshore firm. So after accepting a brief from the then governor, he was in office at this time, when he's setting up an offshore company in a tax haven notorious for corrupt politicians internationally, using that as a conduit to funnel money out of their country. So after accepting a brief from the then governor and his representative, Access International officials headed to British Virgin Island, a notorious tax haven, where it contracted a local agent, Alan Cordole, to set up Gabriela Investment Limited for Mr. Obi. So I mean, what are you talking about? What are you talking about now?
Well,
What are you talking about?
I think we will never leave this case, but
I'm waiting for your green light too, Oga.
One man. Let's not play on this narrative.
No, I want to finalize now. I want to say my last word.
No, sorry, carry on in CBD and then.
Yeah, I'm saying, let me not go too deep into this, but one thing that is clear from both EFCC and from what you've read is that they've not, imagine telling someone that we know you stole money, but they can't find the money that is stolen. So they can't even see any link of money that is stolen. And so
it's quite clear that it stole money from just those paragraphs. It's categorically.
I'm sure by now, if they wanted to discover, if there was any money stolen or taken from Anambra State's coffers, by now they would have found it. They would have known. So they don't have.
Look at this guy.
But in CBD, but you would accept that will raise some questions that why you are in the office, why suddenly you have to transfer all your investments to your daughter.
Because he was into those business before he went.
Listen. The Bureau of Conduct or whatever they call it, where you declare your assets, you have to declare those assets, whatever you own, before you come into office.
But the argument is not that.
If you don't declare those assets, you don't declare the assets. He used the whatever way you can break, you won't break the law, but you can bend it, sort of to transfer something to his daughter's name. So that's a question mark.
Yeah.
All right, but let's abandon this narrative that Peter Obi is not a corrupt politician. The evidence is that so let's abandon the narrative that Peter Obi is not a corrupt politician. The evidence clearly indicates that he is. But let's move on to sorry, Tony, but I want this session to go fairly smoothly, as smoothly as it can with our sessions. I'll bring it back up in a moment, Tony. So direct Governor Bello to step down for elderly people like myself. So this is Rotimi Amechi canvassing for delegates in KOGI State. But Exiro, what does 1 + 1 give you? If you put 1 and 1 together, what does it give you?
It's supposed to be 2.
Well, there it is. So in an instance, when Rotimi Amechi stepped down as a minister to pursue his presidential ambition, they doubled his the security around him to make sure that he's doubly protected. So that's strike one, because we are now in that space of who is Malam Buhari's preferred candidate. So when they doubled rather his security retinue, we had that conversation in this space, and Ajale Koko said that wasn't sufficient enough to conclude that it's Buhari's preferred candidate. So that's strike one. That's one. So now this is now 2. So he went to KOGI State to canvass for votes, asking them to abandon their own son, Yahaya Bello, and give him their votes. So that's his purpose there. But this is strike 2. Although Amechi, who was accompanied by the former chief of army staff to Kur Burutai, noted that Bello was qualified to contest for the presidency, he said the governor is still young and should make way for older aspirants. So notably, to Kur Burutai, who the former chief of army staff, a son of Buhari's childhood friend, he now a part of the what is Rotimi Amechi for presidency team. So that's strike 2. So all the indications are that this is the preferred candidate of of the Aboki from Daura.
Yeah, you know, the man in Maryland, I've forgotten his name again. He did a super chat here and told us Amechi is Buhari's.
Oh, Alexander Gomez.
Alexander Gomez did a super chat here and told us. He was giving us information as it was coming up, because that day I remember vividly he said new information just came in that Amechi is the preferred candidate of Buhari. You know, so for me I was just thinking, okay, let's watch and see. But Tuka Buratai cannot be following you about for mere peanuts. For Tuka Buratai to be following you about, you mean a lot to the cabal. Period. And then 2, Port Harcourt is needed by the APC. That state, Rivers State. APC needs that state to fund their party completely. And that is why they want somebody who can take it. And Amechi, being the president, can take that Rivers State back to APC. So I can fully understand why Amechi is the preferred candidate. Don't also forget that Amechi, oh my God, that man has what they call, you know, a poker face when he's pursuing an agenda. He pursued this agenda without thinking twice. You know, when they say Judas Iscariot, he behaved like it's worse than Judas Iscariot. He betrayed his people completely just for this moment we are seeing today. All the contracts for all these train routes were negotiated by him without involving the Southeast in any one of them. He borrowed money. He borrowed money to pour into the North. Even upon the, did you remember one guy called Ibe Kachiku?
No, I don't.
Ibe Kachiku was the former Minister of State for Petroleum. They couldn't make him a Minister of Petroleum, even though he was the only first-class graduate in the whole administration cabinet. So he was under a Minister of Petroleum who doesn't know what to do. He was doing all the work. He had to leave the party because he was frustrated. He had to leave the position because he was trying to do the right thing and improve lives, but they were frustrating him. There were powers that be that were directing him on what to do. And he wrote a letter personally to Buhari, thinking that Buhari was in charge. He didn't know that Buhari had sanctioned everything they were doing. So Ibe Kachiku, in one of those events when they were gathered, talking about the Maritime University, the National Transport University, that was supposed to be cited in Rivers State, that Amechi took away to cite in Daura. In Daura. When they talked about the projects, Amechi said, well, he has a problem with the project because, one, the cost of the land, I remember vividly, said the cost of the land was too exorbitant. That how can a land for that project cost more than half of the amount for the project? That is why they are taking the project away from that place. He now cited the Maritime University in Daura, where there is no water, where there is no ship. You understand? So that is how blind he was to the feeling of his people just to get to this moment. You know, at some point I was feeling like Buhari has intelligence and vindictive spirit. That there was an audio that came out where Amechi said, Buhari, since he came into office, farmers are crying, tailors are crying, everybody is crying. You understand? And that audio strikes me like something that was recent. Amechi denied it, but anybody that listened to that audio knows that This guy was saying this after Buhari got into office, so he was mocking his. But in spite of that, it was not enough to knock him off the focus. Amechi is the preferred.
You know the ticket they are looking at is Amechi El Rufai.
And that you can see where they're going.
If I enter there.
You can see where they're going. You know, once Amechi succeeds in picking Rivers State to APC, then the North will come again, and the mission will be complete this time, totally complete. Because with Rivers State money, they will now develop the North. With Rivers State money.
So are you saying he's going to win Rivers State? Somebody that cannot do it for 2 times.
Well, Wike is going.
Forget it.
Wike is going. Wike is
cannot win Rivers State. We can never win a Rivers State.
Wike is leaving the place.
Why?
He can never win that Rivers State.
Why do you think so? The last time you see the
at least you just started some examples. Hold on. You just started some examples now of the so many things that you were supposed to bring to Rivers State. I mean, name one development that Rivers State has benefited from this guy ever since he has been there as Minister of Transportation. There is none. There is none he has done for Rivers State. I want Rivers State to come and vote for him. Maybe the Rigamo.
Rational mind. This is not
except a Rigamo.
That's what I'm telling you.
They might vote for him for tribal reasons.
Have you seen what happened in Rivers State recently?
What happened?
Mrs. Odili, how she was held under duress in her house, in her home. I think you remember that story, Wama.
Mm-hmm.
During the last election, soldiers were everywhere in Rivers State. They went to some of the commissioners' homes to pick them. There was shooting and killing in that state because they wanted to manipulate the result and take Wike out. Up to the extent of saying that Shore's party was the true winner. That AAC pulled in more votes than PDP, which is not true. And Wike was lamenting, even had to call a meeting with Catherine Alliance, the current ambassador of UK to Nigeria. You know, they want Rivers State by all means, and they want the son of Rivers State to do that for them. That's what you're saying.
So are you saying he's going to win it? Is that what you're saying?
No, by fire, by force, they're going to take that state out of the hands of.
Right, we shall see. We all shall be here waiting and see.
Yeah. It's going to be total war. It's going to be total war. That is why Wike is fighting to become president.
I also, rational mind, did you see when he was declaring in Rivers State? Those people, unless you're saying they bribed everybody, or the stadium
crowds now. Those people are bought crowds. People are hungry.
They bought a whole stadium of people.
They can't. Do you know the sort of money that these people control? What are you talking about?
That would be a very big waste now.
Because I think Wike too has offended some section of
X0, you can waste the money when you did not work for the money.
Of course, all of them are.
Wike is not in total control of. The other day, I was telling one guy to return 50 million. Imagine how rich that state has. That somebody has $50 million. They don't even feel. They are not even feeling it.
All right. Thank you, X0. So thank you, X0. So that was a real strong opening to the session. So thank you, X0. Let's go on from X0 then and go to Rational Mind. Rational Mind, so to you, we start you off with where we started off with X0. Nnamdi Kanu wished to make so it's we are going back still to the meeting between Nnamdi Kanu and Charles Soludo. So Nnamdi Kanu wished to make broadcast to his supporters when we met. So this is Soludo again. I think this is something we've spoken on somewhat in the past, but that story resurfaces. But then the caveat that comes in, it says the people saying that Soludo posted the video of a cloned Kanu are telling lies to deceive the people, and the truth is obvious. So it's just that it's almost like a shooting in the foot that goes on somewhat in the eastern space when they start to straddle just majestically, and you're starting to take them seriously, just with somewhat the demonstration that we saw for Peter Obi just now. But then they shoot themselves in the foot again with all this ludicrous. So now they're not telling us that Nnamdi Kanu is the Nnamdi Kanu in DSS facilities is a clone. So to the broadcast that is being requested, your thoughts on that, And this now comical thing that the East have this penchant for, they're cloning something that they're just obsessed with clones over there.
Yeah, I think it's necessary for him to make that broadcast if they will allow him. That is, if they will allow him. I don't see that happening. If Buhari and his people see that as a threat to whatever they consider as national security of that country, or if they consider it as a way of promoting him, giving him more feathers to fly, to kind of like people see him more as a relevant person in the politics of that country. So they might have to consider so many things before they would allow him to give that broadcast. But I don't see that happening. And Kanu also should be very, very careful. That's all I would advise him in doing that. So that does not rope him because he still has a case in court. Because if these people really wanted him to be free, or they want to, like I say, politically resolve this matter, they might just ask Malami and DSS, whoever is in charge of the case, just to bring a case file, and then they'll destroy it, and they'll say, okay, let's negotiate. They will negotiate with him, and then they'll settle out of court, and maybe they can say, okay, make that broadcast so that your people would. But as long as it's still there in that court, if you go give that broadcast, you should be very, very careful. They might use that against him to say, yeah, he has followership, he has influence, he has been able to. We see it when we say he's the one responsible for the killings, and suddenly the killing stopped. Maybe after that broadcast, yes, you see, he's responsible for it. He has told his people to hush, and everybody hush, no killing anymore. You see, that's the point we're trying to make. That guy is the leader of those UGM or whatever they call them. So you should be very, very careful. I think you should seek his legal advice on that. Because for me, let them not treat him. Because these same people that are pushing him, they're just they only have immunity for themselves.
No, I don't think he's being pushed. I think he's actually initiating that thought that because I think he's somewhat displeased with the excesses that is going on in the southeast, especially under his narrative.
Yeah, once I've told him, like like we've read, that they told him that, look, there's a lot of killing going on in South because people are agitating for you. He says because of you being here, that is why. Okay, let me make that broadcast. I mean, it should be very. That's just my own advice to him. I'm just giving that advice. If anybody who knows him who can go and reach out to him, he should reach out.
And by the way, it will not be a live. It will not be a live broadcast. It will just be a recording, which will be heavily edited and heavily moderated. So we just speak to particular talking points.
Well, we shall wait and see how they want to do it. But I know, like you said, it could be edited. But then the thing is, seek legal advice so that he doesn't get himself roped into some things that will make it very, very difficult for him to get out of that prison, get out of that whatever incarceration he finds himself. Because if he go give that thing and then suddenly the thing is just stopped, that could be something they can want to use against him. That yes, we say this guy is behind it. I mean, so well, for me, that's just my advice. So, but then seeing that will happen, I don't see that possibility of happening. But if it might happen, it might, because like you said, if they are given the liberty to edit it, heavily edit it, because if it starts vibrating like it vibrates like when he's giving his normal broadcast, and they start saying some things that are maybe derogatory or whatever to the Nigerian state, they might say, okay, we are going to edit it. If you don't want us, then we are not going to broadcast it. So maybe for that reason they can. I mean, if they come to an agreement, maybe they can allow him to make that broadcast. But my own point is, he should be very, very careful. That could be another trap for him, set or whatever.
Rational mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, you remember this recently when Buhari went to Ebonyi. So you remember when Devumai was speaking into that space and he was saying that the Ohanese, they should approach, he has told them several times that they should approach, the leader of the movement, and they should approach the presidency, that he has already spoken to the presidency. So in my opinion, I think maybe that these people have already, probably IPOB or Nnamdi Kanu, maybe they don't want to, probably there's some kind of, that's just my thoughts from the way he was talking. It feels like they've given him that chance, but still, maybe he's not agreeing to the terms or maybe to the deal. maybe there are some things they really want him to give up, or that is just so
Could be. It could be
big
too.
for them to,
Yeah,
and
for me, but
that's how I'm looking at it.
what I'm just saying is let him discuss his options with his legal team before he goes on and do that. Because these people, they have a way they can manipulate him in thinking that yes, you can give a broadcast. Yeah, I mean, we're not saying exactly. One man, I can't say you exactly know exactly if he was the one who brought that idea up. Okay, can I talk to my people? Since you
No,
said
no,
this,
no. So that's what Soludo told us. Who
well,
met
that's
him?
what we also told us. Well, we don't know the truth as to that. Maybe he was the one who
What do you
said it.
mean? What do you mean? That's what Soludo said. That
No,
he
man, I'm
said.
not agreeing with you. I'm only trying to give the possibility of what might have transpired. I don't
No,
know.
no. I think we can take it somewhat
Okay.
on spec. Why would
Okay.
that's what he said that
But for me,
would yeah.
well, I'm not saying. Let me just answer the question. It's possible they might allow him if they come to an agreement that they will edit it, or they will not allow him to say certain things. If he has agreed on that, then maybe they will allow him. But if in the absence of that, or even though he does that, I will still encourage him or advise him to seek legal advice on that, so as he doesn't rope himself into some kind of things that will later backfire on his case. Because the case is still in court. The case is still there. So these people, if they really want to settle this out of court, they would have asked for the case file brought to him, and then they will tear it up, and then okay, let's talk now. Let's so. But then since that's in still in case, the case is still in court, you should be careful. That's what I have to say about that.
Or maybe the talking is too heavy. Maybe maybe nobody knows the kind of deal that they are trying to cut with him. It might be something that will shut down the entire IPOB by agitation. If it might.
You know what I suspect there is it's just going to be a narrow, maybe 10-20 minutes something to say that I don't approve of the state at home. It's not my initiative. The killings under my name is not to my want. So I don't think they will give him. It's not going to be like a Radio Biafra broadcast. It will just be essentially to try and douse the tension in the southeast. That will be the totality of it.
Yeah, well, let's just see. But like I said,
Yeah,
one man, it's
yeah.
still something he has to consider. Talk to his legal team with just to see if that would backfire on him on his case that is still in court or not. So that's all I have to say. Yeah.
All right. So let me move you on then. The Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, has been cleared for the governorship election in Kebbi State, even though he told us that he had withdrawn his form to vie for that post. This runs contrary, of course, to the presidency's stipulation that any party member, any appointee looking for elective offices should resign their post. So now he's now straddling those two positions still. He remains the Attorney General of the Federation. He's been cleared to contest for the Kebbi State governorship, which runs contrary to provisions of the law and directives from the presidency itself. So special rules then for the Fulani man, rational mind.
Yeah, you see, one man, you see, this is one of the topic that when we talk about it, I'm very, very emotional about it. When I mean emotional, it gets me angry, and it wants to make me like kind of like lambast or whatever. Lambast. Anyway,
carry on, man. Yeah.
Just to want to speak ill of.
Majeko get here angry, oh. Don't be angry, oh. Because that's how it started with Nnamdi Kanu.
So want to kind of like talk down on our people from that from the northern part. You see, under Buhari, we've seen so many things done in a way that what we call a banana republic. Under him, so many things has happened that should not happen in a country that we have people that are who call themselves as a patriots. People who have the love of nation first, who put the national interest first. But when we have a country whereby some people have some kind of ethnic ideology, or they have this idea of it's my ethnic group, I can allow them to do whatever. And that is why we find ourselves in that mess that we find ourselves in that country. A set of laws for some people and a set of law for some people. I mean, we talk about the the way they did their way with that lady, young lady, and to this very day we hear nothing. This same guy, I'll come to your question. This same guy goes to the Emirates to go and condole with the person that. I mean, you have somebody who your own citizen who died. You never even call the parents or even go visit them to commiserate with them. You feel I mean, and you have see when I look at this whole thing, it makes me just rattle me up like what is wrong? How did we get here? Now you gave a speech or you said pass a circular to all your ministers saying that all of them should resign because of what is going on. Suddenly, one of your person says he's not resigning because we know the reason why he doesn't want to do that because he wants that. I mean, we know he doesn't have any immunity, but because he's the number one law officer of that country and he's a body with the president, so sort of he has some kind of immunity covering him. For that reason, maybe he might be spared of any prosecution for now. Even in fact, any case, any prosecution that has to be prosecuted on him, he has to come to his table first because he's the which means he will be the arbiter on his own or the judge in his own case because he has to be there seeing the case that is being brought for him against him. So you can't prosecute him for that for now, at least by the Nigerian standard. You can't do that. In a sinner country, you will do that. You can be prosecuted. But what I'm trying to say here is this: that Buhari has allowed so many things that should not have ever happened under a true democratic government that is devoid of ethnic sentiment or whatever. I mean, you ask all your ministers to resign. Why don't you insist that, okay, if you know you're not resigning, although I've read the article. What I only heard from that article was that it was the states APC that kind of like I don't say that kind of giving a pass. Not as if he himself, but we know he's pulling the string. He's pulling the string behind the scene. He has said that okay, I've resigned. I mean, I'm not resigning. I've withdrawn my candidature from contesting from that governorship. But we know he's still because this guy we've known him how he has used that office to his own advantage. How he went seeking a court injunction in the east to block the electoral law that says that if you are a serving person, you cannot run for office. How he tried to obtain that, and now recently we heard about how Buhari was even mentioned in the case that also involved. I mean, you see all of these things that this guy has been doing while in office. You ask the question: why do we have two set of laws or two set of standards for some people? So you see, for me, I've known Malami to be very. He's not an attorney that is. I won't call him a very good attorney, but he's a very crafty one. He knows how to use loopholes, whatever loopholes he knows, and I know he has some dirty lawyers that works with him that could really help him to bend the law and not really break it. Perhaps most of the things he's doing is just bending the law, but of course we know he's breaking it in a sense because if you are asked, the current electoral law as it stands now says you must resign. You give people the false illusion or impression that you've resigned. I mean, you are no longer interested in that candidature, and suddenly they are now giving you a pass that okay, we've given you a pass. Continue with your whatever your candidature. But then, why didn't the party say okay? He has already said he's not doing anymore. Withdraw his candidature. Don't let him go with the process again. But then,
why would they screen him when he has already withdrawn his application?
You see, I keep saying, you see, woman, allow me to say this, please. I've seen that play on your platform here, and I've seen that play on many other platforms. And even I've listened to our fellow Nigerians in Nigeria. You see, the thinking of Nigerians, people from the South, we used to have this thinking that life is sacred. We don't, but now people are numb to killings and everything. You see, that idea in the North of people can just do things anyhow and get away with it, I've seen it in our own Southern people right in the recent times, in recent years, ever since. So what I'm trying to say...
Rational mind, we are now hearing of beheading in the South, which is not...
Exactly.
Even just recently in Anambra State, even today, the chairman of the local government of Soludo was beheaded.
So what we are not known for. Life is not, I mean, see, they've imported that idea, that way of thinking that anything goes. These people, they brought that their mentality up there in the north of anything goes, anything happens, you just live with it, take it like that. Okay, for example, I don't know, I've not heard you speak about that matter here on your platform of the issue of the bomb blast in a school. And this guy,
Kanu?
in Kanu, Rufai was interviewing the FEMA, federal whatever, for whatever, some chairman in, I think, for Kanu. And this guy was saying that what does it matter? Why does the public need to know if it's a bomb? Why does the public need to know if it's a bomb blast or if it's just a gas explosion? Look at how these people think. This is a northerner. Look at how it makes it look like it's of no consequence of anything. You don't need to know as a president. Well, this is all this. Now, they just caught some Boko Haram. That's the latest news coming out now. They brought explosive into Kano. And they were saying, they were denying it, even when people, eyewitnesses that were there that saw the bomb explosion, they were passing into the media, telling the media it was just a gas explosion. You see, when people, I mean, look at, we're talking about that girl that died. Look at how they went silent on it. I heard it this morning on your platform, and I think I read it too, that they only charged those people with, what was it that you said they charged those people with? They didn't charge them for the killing of that girl.
Public disturbance.
Just imagine. Just trivialize the matter. All because of religion, all because of one section of the country. They've imported that idea into our people in the South, that we ourselves now, we don't, oh my God. Sometimes when I think, I just look at it that, how did we get here? I know, growing up in the South, I know how we view life. Even when you walk around the street, you saw a dead body on the street, oh, you will feel it. Like, oh, this is a human being. But now, people just move on with their life. It's nothing. I see, look at what is going on everywhere and here and there. The killings going, you see, sometimes I just look at it, like, so, this is madness. We can't continue like this. How should we allow these people to bring this their way of life, the way they consider life up there, and bring it down to us, and they're selling it to us, and we are buying it, and we're now living like them. So, just in conclusion, one man, let me go back to the topic. I'm just trying to say this is a lawless government that has messed up the psyche of the people of the people of Nigeria, especially from the South. They've messed them up that they now also think like them, having no value for life, thinking that everything is just normal now, that it's just a normal life. We just Allah brings, Allah gives, or whatever God gives. No, that is not the way of living life. If that's how they live over there, we don't know that, but that is now the norm in the South. That is what we're seeing playing out among our southern political leaders. They don't make comments, even when their own people are being. I just don't want to say certain things on your platform. When they are being treated the way their people up there are being treated, they don't even mention anything. How many of them did you hear about condemning of what happened to that girl, or even the bomb explosion in that school of little kids that were in school? Did you even hear Ganujo even speak anything about it? And even when they have to speak, they say, "What does the public does not even need to know if it's the public does not need to know." That's a public threat. That's a public wahala. I mean, public menace to the society. People need to know so that they don't gather because they know that right now they have Boko Haram in Kano, and anytime bomb can go up anywhere, anytime. So you should walk with caution. But you're not telling people to do that. You're saying people should not even know that way. It's not their concern. That's to tell you the level of lowness that people from that area have sunk, that life does not even count to them. It does not even matter. The public good does not matter anymore to them. So my point is this, woman, I'm not surprised if Malami is still in the race, or they make it look like it's not in the race, but yet it's still in the race. Because that is what our people from that side, that is how they play their politics. They have no regard for the rule of law. And that is what they have brought that country into at this point.
All right, thank you, Rational Mind. So, Rational Mind, I'm sure you've watched with rapt attention the goings on within the Peter Obi space. A massive turnout as groups storm major streets to stage 1 million man march for Peter Obi across Nigeria. So a relative success, we've played a snippet of it on the platform. If you let's just remind ourselves what we're talking about. So this is the space that we're talking about. So. So that's the Million Man March for Peter Obi. Not quite a million man in that video, but as we've already established a nationwide thing. So what are you then making of what is no doubt a success? But how does this really play into the Peter Obi thrust towards that PDP ticket? Obviously adds to it, but how does it play out for him? Rational mind.
You see, in the absence of the two people that I wanted, which is Showore and Mogalu, the only person that I think again is Peter Obi. And this is my simple reason. Peter Obi seems to have a good message, and he seems to have an idea, a grasp of what could really help to turn that country around. When you have a country of over 200 million, they're not productive. Not even a quarter of it is productive. You're going to experience a kind of mass poverty, abject poverty, not even just poverty, abject poverty that we're seeing in that country. Of course, like he said, and there was this meeting he had in Kanu where I think an industrialist was also allowed to speak during his campaign with the delegates from Kanu. And he was just listening. You see, what I'm trying to just say is this: his style of campaigning is like that of what we see here. It's, in some ways, you go out, tell them about what you intend doing. He has distinguished himself from other candidates besides maybe Showore and if I don't see more, I've not even seen much of him. What he has done, I'm not. But Showore, the likes of Showore kind of side, whereby you go, you talk to the people. And this is what I intend doing. And he analyzes what he wants to do. That he said, okay, we're talking of insecurity. Yeah, if people are allowed to work and they know that they have to work to take care of their family, they have to pay bills, that would distract them for wanting to even get into any of these things with maybe terrorism or perhaps all these kind of things. I mean, when people they have to go to work, they have to report to work. They have money, they have there's a bit of affluence, they can buy car, live in expensive. So he understands the problem that at least one of the problems of Nigeria that is causing this insecurity is people not being able to work who are not unemployed. The youth needs to be put back, or should I say put back? You have to be given employment. So I buy his idea, and the way it goes, he's talking about it, that we need some kind of industrialization. So what I'm trying to say is this: that is why you see these people that believes in him, like the youths that were doing this 1 million march for him. I won't say that's a 1 million match, because it's one thing I just don't like our people doing is overselling a candidate. And that's what some of our people from the East will do a lot, trying to oversell a candidate, overblow him. So when you overblow, that is when you make him look ridiculous. You give him this kind of an appearance of ridicule that is more than what you are selling to the people. So, but then just speak to facts.
Are you suggesting that they are overblowing the righteous Peter Obi?
Like we had CBD was doing a while ago when he was saying that he's righteous. What is righteous? Why you even use the word righteous? This is a man who has, like we already said. So none of them is. But when it comes to speaking to issues, matters, as it affects that country, Peter Obi seems to be talking about things which I really buy, because what that country needs right now is economic boom that will really make it compete, because you can't have that teeming population of young people who are unemployed. Every day they just bath, put a pancake, whatever, whatever, and then start roaming the street, and then they're not, on Facebook, chatting on Twitter. I mean, that is not productivity. We need to come and see what people are doing in other countries, how they are always working, and as soon as they're working, they're making money. They're able to afford things. So what am I trying to say is this: it seems to make sense that if truly what he's saying is able to achieve it, yeah, fine, good. So I think that could solve a little bit of the insecurity. Perhaps I'm not saying it's not a panacea to the problem, but it might be. So what we just saw, I think they said it was about.
Are you in the kitchen cooking?
No, I have my wife here. She's in the kitchen with me. So
I'm still not convinced that you have a wife. You don't strike me as somebody that. Yeah?
It's okay, one man. Let's just go on.
Okay, carry on.
So it's just so anyway. So the point is that the people we saw with him. I mean, they said 1 million. They said 20. I think was it 20 something states that they had that rally or whatever I will call it. That's to show you that what he's saying is making sense, just the way it's making sense to. That is, we know we've had them saying all these things that I'll do this, I'll do that, and when they get there, do something different. But I mean, I think he has a grasp of what is the problem is with Nigeria. That we just need that economic boom, and the way he's going to achieve it.
Do you buy into the Peter Obi narrative? If it is something that convinces you,
well, not as if I'm truly convinced, but among all the candidates from his party, I think he's the only one who seems to speak to matters. I like people who talk about ideas, but if they can implement this idea, that's another question. If they can, that is the reason why I said, you see, I've always said here on your platform, as long as we have this present constitution, but does he know how to navigate that constitution to bring about that transformation that he's talking about? Like when he was talking in Kanu, I listened to the industrialist when he was saying to him that, look, in this place, one of our problems is we don't have electricity. And electricity, even when they bring it, we don't. So he kind of like, he was noting it down, which I think a good candidate should be doing. And he was trying to like also.
Is that not just for optics? Is that not just for the cameras? Yeah.
But the point is this, you see, one man, we can continue just debating on the man. But for me, so far, besides this, besides Moalu and Shower that I've heard very well, he seems to be the only person, because among these three people I mentioned, he seems to have more edge. I mean, it's more of because he's one of the bigger mega party in Nigeria, which is PDP. And if he's given the ticket, maybe, well, let's see what he can do. But that doesn't mean that he's going to be the panacea to the problem. He's going to bring the true solution that will handle the problem in Nigeria. No. But yeah, the 1 million match, I think it's, I won't say it's, they didn't get out. I'm not sure they got that 1 million. But it's a little bit impressive.
No, we've already established that it's it's a metaphor. So you don't have to narrow it. A million man match globally has never attained. So
I get you. I know we already said it.
It's a success. It's a success.
Was it not MLK that started that woman? What was it? Martin Luther King. Was he not the first person to?
Maybe, but I know it's quite popular in the United States. Million Man March, that sort of
during
narrative.
the civil rights 1 million march, and it doesn't mean that he counted everybody that turned out and they were all 1 million. But, people now took that idea, that's a metaphor.
Well, if they say 1 million march, I just believe it should be 1 million. That's what I believe. I understand, like what man is saying, it could be metaphoric, but for me, that's why I see it. But it's impressive, but he has followership. People who are following him. But let's see how that translates, because these are not the people that are going to vote in the PDP primaries. And I think I heard them saying that they said if Peter Obi does not get that ticket with the PDP, they would just vote for other candidates, maybe from APC. So what I would just suggest, like somebody was saying here, is if Peter Obi, he should have I think he should have a plan B, because it's not looking like because he himself said it. He said, I don't have any money to give you. If anybody give you money, vote. Collect their money. But on the day of the election, take your daughter's or your child's picture, look at it. That this person that gave me 1 million naira or 1 billion or 100 million naira to vote for him for this presidential, if I vote for this 100 million naira is given to me, is it not going to make my life of my kids miserable? So based on that, you should vote based on your conscience. So he has no money to do. That's how ugly Nigerian politics is. You have to dish out money to the candidate, to the delegates, and if he's not ready to do that, I doubt those people who are able to buy delegates, they will win that election, they will get that ticket. But I hope he has plan B, meaning that after that, that their primaries, if he loses, he should just quickly set up, float another party. Maybe those people that we saw today will be able to propel him. to that relevance whereby you'll be able to like, okay, maybe garner some support more and maybe win the election. So for me, I think it's a good.
It can't do that because there's INEC has a time bar. I think it's either June the 4th or July the 4th or something for all parties to have had their conventions and submitted names. So you can't just
well,
when is
I'm saying I hope
when
it
is
has plan B.
having their own convention?
When is what?
PDP. When are they having
the
their
28th and the 29th? I think the 28th. So in the next 6 days thereabout.
Today's the 20th. I mean, some
today now the 22nd. Yeah,
it can just be an automatic pick for any other party.
Today's the 21st.
Yeah, where you are. Yes, yeah.
So anyway, the point I'm trying to just make, one man, is that it's a good, it's a right step in the right direction that is having these people who are making him look like it's relevant, and it's similar is relevant for me. I think among the candidates, is the only one speaking to matters. That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. So that's all you have to say. But Alexander Gomez says something that rhymes with my thoughts, and I'll address that in a moment. But really, another gentle nudge in the direction of the audience. We have set the bar of 100 likes for the stream, and we're only about 50 in it so far. We've been fluctuating between about 60 to 190, threatening 200 concurrent viewership. So the 60 thumbs up or 50 thumbs up, somewhat derisory, and the 100 that we set as a target, even if everybody on the stream now clicks on like, we will surpass that. So please do that. Click on the like button because that helps us propel up the YouTube algorithm. So click on like if you haven't already. And we're just get it to 100 so you can shut me up about the like buttons, and then we focus entirely on the session. To address Alexander Gomez's super chat, he says so hold on, let me hold it in a space that it says Obi will definitely be a Nigerian president, but not in 2023. His route will be VP, then president, like I asserted a while ago. He is growing in status. So every single word, thank you for the super chat, Alexander. Every single word of that super chat, I agree with. I think this million-man march that we've seen today and its relative success solidifies Peter Obi as a juggernaut now, as a mainstay of Nigerian politics at the highest echelons. It doesn't get him the presidential nomination ticket for PDP, no, and it's very unlikely that he will get that nomination for the PDP. And it would be silly of him, and I don't think it's a silly man to leave the PDP for another party, no. But what this million-man march, what it indicates, what it solidifies for him is that vice presidential slot. So the minimum that he will get will be a vice presidential slot. But if he gets that vice presidential slot and his party then goes on to win the presidency, which there's a good chance that they will, then the country will have a good 4 years, 8 years, or however long to have a good look at his performance. So we then see him in that presidential bracket, and his performance then makes him a real viability to succeed if Atiku wins. So that's his route to the presidency, but not this round. He's not going to be president in 2023. I think we know that.
Yeah,
but, But thank you for the super chat, Alexander. Yeah.
Well, for me, it's possible, like you said, but this is the same people who are saying that it is either a Southeasterner gets tickets or nothing. And they won't vote any Southeasterner that becomes a vice. I mean, a vice president.
No, don't worry about that. That's just no. That's in the
micromanage. Huh? Are you trying to micromanage what I'm saying? Trying to say?
No, I know where you're going, but go on. Yeah, go on.
We know that's what people say. That's what the Ohaneze and whatever group says. But I'm just putting it out there that this is what they said, and these are also socio-cultural groups that also have influence on their people. You get it? So my point is that they should stick to that. We should be people of our word. If people say yeah.
No. My point is that that's why I interjected where I did. My point is that they will not stick to that because it's all about expediency. It is expedient for them now with a real chance, although a slim chance, of that Peter Obi presidency.
Yeah, but
and he's growing in status, as Alexander Gomez just indicated, and is growing in popularity as well. So it's a real entity now, and they're pushing him as hard, and they're saying we want nothing less. But if they don't get the seat, the ticket, they will accept the vice presidential slot, because that still gives them space in Aso Rock, and it gives them that spotlight for Peter Obi to really shine, to then make him a real more viable person for the presidency. So all that are the ticket or nothing. That's just the talk for this round of politics. But when the reality of it sets in, of course they will accept.
For one man, you will agree with me that the Nigerian political space is constantly evolving. So there's no guarantee, because we saw this one that is playing out right now, the one of Buhari. No doubt, when Tinubu made this current vice president is running mate to Buhari, no doubt his thoughts is maybe, okay, after Buhari's turn, it's going to be my own turn. But now look how it played out. Even Oshibajo is not even guaranteed of even the ticket of APC. So what am I trying to say is this: 8 years from now, 8 years after Buhari is gone, whoever becomes the president, which I suspect it could be not now, there are two things that I see that might possibly, or maybe three things that might possibly happen. One is that after 8 years, because it is now open to anybody, which means a northerner can still contest after 8 years again. A southwesterner can also contest after 8 years. A southeast can also contest after 8 years, which is not guaranteed that even Obi, no matter how relevant it is, would also be able to get there. Become the president. Although he still has more of the chance to become. So we see this.
That's why one man said, depending on his, if he shines, or
even if he shines,
they are loyal to good governance. As much as we are shouting Obi here, is because we are seeing hope. It's not that we are just some fanatics for the person himself. It's
I'm not criticizing you for not being. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that it's not guaranteed. It's not set in stone that Obi will become president. So let's not delude ourselves with that idea that, okay, after if you become vice president, at least that will make him to shine, and then in the next after the 8 years.
What's his more likely route to the presidency? This hand that is playing now, or the scenario that Alexander pointed out with the super chart?
Well, one man, everybody is entitled to how they see things. I'm just telling you how I see things.
No, I'm asking you. For
me, it's not likely. It's not likely that he might become the president after 8 years.
No. Hold on, in CBD. So the question is, I'm not saying if it's likely or not, but which one is more feasible a route? This journey that is embarked on now, this thrust towards the presidency, or what Alexander Gomez described, that if he serves as the vice president for a period, that gives him a better chance. So which is the better chance? What is embarked on now, or what Alexander Gomez described?
Thank you for that question. Now, I would say the very one, like I said, that's why I use the word likely. You say I don't even use the word likely. The likelihood is if he becomes a vice president, that is what we would expect. That because he's a vice president to one of whoever becomes the president from the north, that will make him automatically a viable candidate to become the next president. That is what we will say. But in the Nigerian context, it defies that logic. Because like I said, it is constantly, Nigerian political space is always changing at a pace that you can't even, no matter how gifted you are as a political analyst, you will find it very, very difficult for you to even analyze anything that could happen because it's constantly changing. There's alliance formed and another realliance and whatever formed. Anything can play out before then that will make him not even viable anymore. Or maybe they could even find fault with him, or they could even make him chance him out of his space. So what I'm trying to say is that sometimes it's good for you to be a principled person. Be your principle, like they've been saying. We want this, it's our turn, and I feel it's their turn.
A principled politician.
In the Nigerian context,
is that not an oxymoron? A principled politician.
Yeah, if you are,
you'll be the first in the world in the history of mankind, a principled politician.
Well, that is what I'm saying. In politics,
well, he has responsibility because the East are not going to accept Anything less than
They
that.
will do. They will is what I'm saying to you. They will.
We shall see. We shall see then. That's why I'm saying that what Ohanese said and the Pandep and all of them said that if they don't give it to a Southerner, if any Southerner that becomes a deputy or a vice president, they will not vote. So,
one man.
Can I say something?
One man.
Yeah, sorry. Let's hear from Charles. Let's hear from Charles. We've got
Yes,
Charles.
I read an article about Onese. I read the article. You probably saw article. Onese something. There's some comment. They say that the Igbo don't be president. They shut down the whole South either. All the Igbo from North should leave. They say that. I just read it yesterday. And they're serious about it. They're not joking.
I don't know why they are still even in the
Don't worry.
One man. I just wanted to correct you on the local government chairman that was beheaded. It's actually a House of Assembly, State House of Assembly member that was beheaded.
From Soludo's constituency. Yeah.
Yes, and there was a warning letter that read, warning, warning, warning. It reads, as I'm reading it now, it says, warning, warning, warning. We give the politicians 48 hours to withdraw all the soldiers in Biafra land or face our wrath or consequences or non-government.
But Esiro, why would an Igbo man be doing that to another Igbo man?
It's just savagery, isn't it? That's
I don't know.
savagery.
I cannot speak for those people. I'm just reading what happened.
I know, but it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but you chuckled afterwards. You chuckled.
No, because I'm chuckling because of the warning, because we know that 48 hours is around the corner. It's not 2 years. It's around the corner. That's 48 hours. This will happen again.
This is a country that have people that were
these people are. It is very sad. It's very sad, but because we cannot support. This is not the way that it is not the right way.
But, that was something I said the other day.
Doesn't mean that the politicians are our. Most of them are not our friend. But at the still with that, we cannot say this is the right way to handle things. Don't take a life.
One man, please, can I say something?
Yeah, let's hear from you, Tony. Yeah, go on.
Thank you, sir. So, what are the soldiers doing there, in the first place? Why are they there? Why are they not in the north where there's a big problem? Why are they not in Sokoto to protect the citizens there?
No, there's a big problem in the southeast too.
Yeah, the problem there is that they are killing our people there. That's the problem. They are going to the villages, taking out the young men, boys, children, and then they are taking them to some places in the north and killing them.
Tony, do you know what you said the first time you came on this platform? The first
to be softly, not to talk about
the first thing you said is they're in our spaces, they are killing our people and raping our women. And do you know what you said the second time you came on this platform? You said they're in our spaces. So it's just
Okay, okay. Let me answer the other one again that I wanted to say before you stop me. Before you ask me to hang on about Peter Obi, it's Padilla paper or Panama Papers. So I want people to know that those journalists, those investigative journalists, most of them have been spy. They have been killed. Okay, so that means this guy is also having some blood in his hand. Because it's not so easy. These people, they have they are kind of mafia. They are kind of mafia. So they have a mafia hold on, that cover them up with all those nefarious activity they are doing, all the financial activity they are doing abroad. So they have some mafia gang that is take care of people that threatens them. So he's also a member of those, of those groups. So he has got some blood in his hand, You see,
who got blood in his hand?
Sorry, Exero. So I'll ask everybody listening to that to please disregard that. Just disregard what you just heard. There's no veracity. Can you hold on, please, Tony?
Okay,
and please don't say things like that. Please disregard that. There's no indication and no allegation that Peter Obi or anybody pied anybody or whatever.
No, nothing.
Can you?
Okay. I hold on.
And the journalists, I posted the article and I can repost it. It's 160 journalists from 120 countries, or however many countries. So we are not. I told you that Man, you have to help me now. Don't do that now. Don't
Not
do
in this
that.
particular place, not in
Yeah.
this particular instance, but I'm talking of generally speaking, because we remember this guy that was gone in Czechoslovakia, and then regarding Panama Papers, and the other lady in Malta. I mean that no, I didn't say that in this particular Peter Obi's case, but
But you
I
said
mean that
Peter Obi has blood in
no,
his
no,
hand.
no, 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 no. I say indirectly, this group of people, group of people, they have some bad things that they are doing, behind the scene that we don't know. People that are hiding money, they have some outfit that is guarding them. I didn't say him in particular. Okay, let me retrieve that. So, but
Oh
at
my
the end of the day, anybody that takes our money, why not invest the money in Africa? Like Obasanjo directed them, Bamanga Tuko, and then them Diko or whoever that stole our money to bring the money back to Africa, whether to Kenya, whether to Ghana. But people going to hard money abroad, we shouldn't support that at all. You know what I'm saying? They should invest the money. Let us feel the impact of that money in the southeast and the Delta region, or in the southwest region. Invest in Lagos, invest in Benin, invest in Sapele, in Onitsha. Then I guess we should not be going to the desert to die. That's what we're talking about, sir. Big money. So they should invest this money somehow to benefit us, like the Maviola did, like the Benedion did, the Hebrew organizations, the Mauricio Kola. So they don't take their money abroad. That's what we're talking about, sir. Any black man that takes money abroad to go hide it somewhere to benefit the economies of those countries that they are being hidden, we should not support them at all, sir. That's it, sir. Sorry. Thank you, woman.
So, woman, that's just it for me. Like I said, talking about is it Peter Obi we're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry. Let me just add this. This is from the Pandora Papers readouts that I just did. This is why I was moving to somewhat shut down what Tony was saying. Hold on. Hold on. Yes. So this is a paragraph from. I'm going to share this screen just so that you know that I'm not making stuff up. Let me share this screen. This is why we have to just be mindful of the things that we do say, and it just so if you look at the highlighted space, let me highlight it. So this is midway in the article. Oh, this thing now is just acting up. Just get away from there, man. So let me highlight this. If you look at this paragraph, which I've highlighted here, it says the 2-year collaboration has so far revealed the financial secrets of not less than 35 current and former world leaders, more than 330 public officials in more than 91 countries. So let me just look for the other space, because it did say just how many countries were involved in this. But anyway, I'll post the article not just to labor the point, but it's things like that. You shouldn't say things like that, Tony. But there it is. No, my screen. There's too many. I've got too many tabs opened up, so the thing is just now. Now it's frozen.
Tony, the table shaker.
So you don't say things like that now. Like the countless of journalists, it's a global investigation, so they're not firing anybody. Thank you, Rational Mind. Let me take you then to the space. Direct Governor Bello to step down for elderly people like me. So this is Rotimi Amechi taking his politics to KOGI State, and is inviting them then to abandon their own YAHAYA Bello to give him their votes. So this is what he's saying. But notably, in his retinue, in his entourage to that in his entourage on that visit was Tukar Burutai, the former chief of army staff, who now, of course, part of the Amechi for president campaign. So what are you making, one, of Amechi's request in KOGI State, and two, Tukai Burutai being part of his campaign team? Rational Mind.
One man, I like the way you embellish things sometimes. Say, call him small boy. Well, I saw that. I think it was in channels. I watched the video where he went and he was canvassing for delegates to vote for him and ask their principal, whatever he says, their governor there, to step down for him. Well, Amechi in the star sometimes. The same effrontery he has to go to Lagos and ask someone that they should let his delegate and vote for him when he knew very well that Tinubu is having this strong hold on Lagos, and you want to share delegates from Lagos with Tinubu. Well, maybe he can't. Who knows? Maybe because it seems the guy has some kind of backing. Maybe it's the same person that the president was saying when he said, "I have my own preferred choice. I won't name him. I don't want people going after him." Maybe he was referring to him, because apparently the kind of people you see behind him, the likes of Senate chairman of the Senate on the military, this guy from Borno, what's his name, Ali Ndume, being part of this entourage, and then you see Borutai now. I mean, you see, that's another. That is what I was trying to say this is one of those things I wanted to say when I talk about Malami trying to bend the law and not even maybe break the law in some ways. These people, I mean, as a diplomat, you should not get involved in your country politics. If you have to do that, you need to resign. Somebody who is an envoy in Benin Republic and is meddling in the local politics, not the local politics of the country where he is. I mean, in the politics of the country who sent him on an errand to go represent Nigeria in the country. So you start asking yourself, why have we sunk so low in that country? When you have people like Brutai, who is an envoy or an ambassador to Benin, now coming into politics and going with a candidate, that should not be seen of a diplomat. I know he's not a seasoned diplomat. It's just a political appointee. But then, as long as he is an envoy, a diplomat, in some ways, he should not meddle in his country's politics. Go do your job that you were sent to go and do. But now we see him walking around with so it makes you start asking the question: could Amechi not be the guy that Buhari was referring to when he said,
I think it's becoming increasingly clear that he is.
Glaring, yeah. So I think I saw, I don't know where I saw that. Maybe I watched it. And they said the presidency has given him special security to go.
Yeah, we covered that here. Yeah.
So you can imagine. I mean, why not other candidates? Or is he the only candidate running? I mean, you start wondering. So it tells you that, I mean, this is the same person who built, I'm not too surprised if he's the preferred candidate. This is the person that built a college or university in Daura, in the president's home country and
Fulani Railway.
Yeah, and then they be going on in Turban now, everywhere he goes in the north is with Turban, trying to sell himself as a pro-north or whatever. So you start asking the question. Now, saying what he said, I'm not too surprised, because sometimes the guy's been acting like he has the balls. Who are you? I'll go to your territory and I'll challenge you, like we saw in Lagos when he was talking to Sonwolu
to be fair, he has to go to every space to canvass.
Sometimes the way you can tell that guy is trying to portray himself like an alpha, that he's an alpha male, that he will come to your territory and ask for whatever. And look at what he's saying to a governor. Just imagine what he said to the vice president. He said, "I'm more qualified than him." That when he was when he was a governor, in fact, when he was leading the house in his home state, he was the speaker of the house of his home state. That Oshibajo was just a commissioner. Was just a commissioner. That when he was a governor, where was Oshibajo? So look at the way he talks. Like, we're not saying he should not talk like that, but see, that tells you the kind of wings the guy is like. He's adding more feather to his wing, and then he's fly. I mean, he's kind of telling you that he's telling people that yes, I'm a major contender in this race. So if you could go to KOGI State and see what he said to Yahaya Bello, that tells you a lot, that the guy sees himself as having balls to go anywhere and then talk to you, and he has the backing of the president, no doubt. So for me, another clue that we should think that he could be the person is, beside what we have said, again with this latest, because people were saying that Brutai wants to contest the the presidency too. But apparently, I have not had him buy any ticket. Maybe he bought it secretly. We don't know. But with him now showing up with Amechi now, that tells you a lot. It seems like because Proteste is one of those cabals. It's part of the cabals.
That is exactly. Those are the major people in the cabal.
So for him to be going now, as time goes on, we'll be seeing more of them going with him to show that he's that anointed candidate by the Buhari himself. So just in conclusion, for me, I just see that as a way of proving himself out there, throwing himself out there that yes, you guys have me to contend with any other candidates, So, but we shall see how that plays out. But I think that what he said to what he said to the delegates, because I find it a little bit comical, like a little bit hilarious to say that you should not vote for your governor, who is also an aspirant in the race, and you should vote for him. Tell him to step down for elderly people like us.
I think that was somewhat tongue in cheek. I don't think. I think that was somewhat like jesting. So it's like But I thank you, Rational Mind. Charles, can I ask you to say something? You are on the screen twice, so clearly one of them is just dead.
Hello?
So say something again, so I know which one is
Hello.
Okay, stay unmuted. So I'll delete this one then. All right. So thank you, Rational Mind. So let me go on to Solid then, who now almost even past his bedtime. So Solid, the talking points. Okay, where do I take you? Let me take you to the Million Man March in the southeast, which a lot of people you can already see in CBD dancing.
Yes.
The equivalent
you
of
made a mistake in the southeast.
What do you
mean? All
mean?
over the country now, at least most parts of the country. You say in the southeast.
I don't think one man said that.
No, I did say that, but that was a Freudian slip because I see it essentially as a southeastern something. So that probably a Freudian slip. But so taking that back, and then the Million Man March by the Southeasterners, let me then. By Nigerians before it comes the Million Man March.
It was in different states.
Yes. So the relative success of it, what do you think this adds to the Peter Obi narrative?
How many of them have PVC? Yes. How many of them match have PVC? Let's start there. But okay, let me not be skeptical. Yes, they had their match and everything. So, I don't know. I think it's one man. You said if Tinubu says he wants to do Million Man match, you will not find people. People will come.
In Lagos, maybe, but who will turn out in Onitsha? Who will turn out in Jalingo for Tinubu?
Well, you never know. In the north, they may turn out.
Who will even turn out in Ibadan for Tinubu?
What about for El Rufai? If El Rufai asks them that, they should turn out, some of them will turn out.
You have belief question now and be campaigning for Tinubu. Your belief question they ask you.
Okay. To me, this Million March doesn't really mean anything. Okay, they may celebrate. See, Nigerians celebrate things too early, and these politicians just watch you. Because they don't celebrate until they cross the line, until they cross the finish line. At least the smart ones anyway, So you have to cross the finish line. You can't celebrate all these things till you cross the finish line. I would prefer him as a presidential candidate. I don't think I'll vote for him as a vice president. He won't really matter. His opinions won't really matter. Whatever he planned to do won't probably come true. He has to go for that presidential role in PDP. I like him. I like him. He's tempting. He's tempting my PVC that I'm still going to go and collect. So, but at the end of the day, people that are still in
you don't even have PVC, and you're chastising other people that have it already.
I'll get it now.
You're chastising other people that don't
I'll
have
get it. I'll get it.
When are you going to get it? When you're staying in Netherlands there?
I can travel anytime I want.
Until when it's closed, you go, huh?
I'll still get it at the end of the day.
You can expire according to Tinubu because he has an expiry date.
When does it close to get your PVC?
You're asking us and you don't connected it and you don't even have any plans for it. Huh?
No, I thought it was going to be next year now.
Oh, next year. Okay. I don't know. You can look online. Look
Okay.
online.
Oh,
They have
I'll,
two
I'll
websites
still
like
get
this.
it.
all right. Did you monitor the space and were you impressed somewhat by the turnout by the because a lot of people are saying it's a success. Would you say it was a success?
Yeah, it was a success, but it didn't really surprise me. It's the agitation in that time that these two people were still out. The amount of movement, mass of people that they could gather was what surprised me. What this one does, it don't surprise me. It don't really surprise me. It's
What,
not Nigerians.
what would you say the demography is of the people that turned out?
Of these people that turned,
Hmm.
I don't think it even matter in each state of the amount of people that turned out now.
No, I mean in terms of ethnicity. What do you the composition of the ethnicity?
I
Do you think it's a diverse representation of the totality of the country, or do you think it's regional, based on their population of every state?
Well, I would say they turned out mostly in the east. I didn't see a lot of northerners. I won't lie. I didn't see a lot of northerners. Even the ones that I saw, they covered their face. All those little things they used to do. But in the west, surprisingly, I saw some people. Surprisingly, because
Yoruba looking people.
well, uh, okay, I'm not sure of that.
One man. No, you're micromanaging the opinion of this man.
No, I'm not micromanaging it because we played the thing and
Yeah, I
when
watched some
yeah,
videos.
and because we can identify each other through our physiology and narrow to ethnicity. Yes, they had all these marches right across the country, or at least a good few states. But really, what seems to have happened was that it's the Easterners within those states that came out to show their support.
No, one man. That is a direct statement that is also not true. You can't say what happened is the Easterners. You can say if you had said it's a possibility that most of the people that turned out are Easterners, then
Oh, okay.
one can argue that, but don't say it's just the
Okay.
Easterners.
Okay. Sorry, Solly. But Solly, you try and spot the non-Igbo face on this clip. It's just a few seconds.
Okay. Okay, I think I saw like two or three people. Two or three people.
Was that not Okechukwu, Ifeoma, and Efeinwa? Is that
I
not
saw
what
two
is
or
that?
three people that look like Yoruba people.
All right. Okay.
Just two or three out of.
2 or 3.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I just sparingly added that three because I wasn't really sure, but it was very dark, so I just said it's okay, and it didn't look like a northerner, so it's Yoruba, so that made it three.
All
But
right.
at the end of the day, let me tell you how I feel Yoruba people will see Peter Obi's level. They will see him at the level of Fayemi, at the end of the day. If he doesn't get that presidential ticket, I don't think the West will vote for him as vice president.
No, it's not him they'll be voting for now. It'll be whoever is
Yes,
carrying the
but we would
ticket.
rather vote ourselves then. If you get him if he gets that presidential ticket, he can woo some people in the West. Actually, a lot. I would even say 50% or more. But if he doesn't get it, well, I don't think they will look at him at all. They would rather vote for Tinubu. Yeah.
But as a spectacle and as a political move, would you say that was a master stroke?
Yes.
Yes.
He's trying to prove his points to the people at PDP. It's a good move. Yeah. If it's for party level, anyways, it's a good move. The best move he could have made. That will send a message to them that everybody knows what they want to do, but they should reconsider. So it's up to the party, and let's see what will happen. That will tell us what the party truly is about.
One man, do you know that Donyo Okupe is one of his campaign advisor to Obi?
Well, we saw how it was Goodluck Jonathan's campaign advisor, wasn't it, in 2015? Now we saw how that panned out.
But you know that guy is very good. You know that the Okokwe is a very good strategist. You know,
The guy is a genius, not just
Well,
very good.
he costed an incumbent presidency, so that's is that
no,
not what
not
happened?
him. I mean, it's sometimes you can have a bad market that you sell. You know, so the point is,
No,
He costed.
he's a good
he was
strategist. Yeah, he's a
overpowered.
good.
He was overpowered by Tinubu. Uh,
All right. Back to you, Solly.
Yeah, so that was my view on the topic.
All right, let me take you to another space then. APC chair, not that one. So APC clears Abubakar Malami for Kebbi governorship election. So this is just when they say these people they are a law unto themselves. This is exactly the space that just again verifies that.
Well, isn't there a law that states that he can't do this?
There's a law that says that I can't do it, and that law is being challenged in court at the moment. So there's no verdict. So he's sitting outside of the law as we speak. And then he told us that he has withdrawn his forms, but then they cleared him anyway. So quite what basis they are clearing him, we don't know. And then Buhari gave a directive that any appointee that is seeking elective positions should resign by the 16th. Today is the 21st, 22nd. So he's still a minister and still running contrary to law and directives from the presidency, a law to himself.
Okay, but one man, Buhari said that they should resign. Resign or what? What will happen to them if they don't resign?
Well, technically,
you see how they used to play these games.
No. What the option they gave them was, well, the option seemed to be you either hold on to your portfolio and withdraw your candidature, or you resign your portfolio and pursue your political ambition. So what Abubakar Malami then told us was that he has withdrawn his nomination form, and therefore he holds on to his portfolio. So what our understanding was then is that Abubakar Malami no longer in play for Kebbi State. So now APC have done the screening and they have cleared him. So which is to tell us that that application has not actually been withdrawn. So his form is still in play and he has been cleared to run for the Kebbi State governorship, and he still holds on to his portfolio as the Attorney General, contrary to the directive from the presidency and sitting outside of the law.
I understand. But my question is that what was going to be the consequence if he did not listen? Nothing.
Well, they would have sacked him, presumably.
Okay, so
nobody
why
has
is he not
flouted
sacked
it.
now?
Well, because he said he had withdrawn his form, but now the form is back in play.
Okay, but now that they know, why is he not sacked now?
Well, that's a question for Buhari. It's a special rule for the Fulanis. It's a special rule, as we know.
Malami knows that. He knows there is no consequence. He knows there's no consequence. He's fighting that thing in court, which will allow the thing to elongate. But because you are fighting something in court does not mean that you cannot continue what you are doing. You know? And people will tell me that these people are not smart. And you go tell me, say, Abuki no get sense.
It's not really smart. It's crude.
Okay, but he's using his brain to, like I said, they are geniuses when they
He's using force. Okay, sorry, but that's your interpretation. But yeah, carry on.
Yeah, but he knows the force that he has. He understands what he has, where he is, who he is, and he's utilizing it to, well, his crazy best.
Solely.
You have to see the ingenuity of, even though you have to understand kind of people you are dealing with. Yeah.
Solely.
Germany had a lot of people like this before.
Solely. Do you want to listen? That is not smartness. That is open lawlessness.
I know.
So when you violate the law, violate the rule openly with impunity, that is not smartness.
Okay, but Ajanle Kuku, when I was in university, okay, and I used to study history class, you have to, if you keep thinking that people like this are stupid and they are just this, we study the ingenuity of what they do. If not, they wouldn't be there in the first place. and they wouldn't retain that position for a long time. As crazy
Which
as it is.
which
No,
ingenuity?
Hold
because
on,
a lot of
Adeleko,
a
let him
lot
fall
of
through.
people,
Yeah.
a lot of people in Europe history were like this, especially Germany. And why is it especially Germany? Because German people, they have this kind of very quick, sharp intelligence, very very quick and sharp. Any small challenge, you give them a little of the solution. I've gone to Netherlands, I've met French people, but German, their own case is very different. So when you look at Africa, who are the peculiar blacks, the most peculiar blacks in Africa? Nigerians. Is that equivalent to Germany? We are in this era where we have a lot of intelligent people, but they are using it for evil. That is the point. And people keep thinking that they are dumb. They are not dumb. You two have to find
The end
geniuses.
justifies the means, Abi.
Well, there's a level of genius in what they are doing. If you study it in universities abroad, they will tell you that. That's what I was taught, anyways. And this is how they beat those people. You couldn't beat Germany that time. You are dealing with strong people, you are dealing with smart people, everyone in every rank, but they were using it for evil. But how did they get there? Do you know how many things they made? Do you know how many drugs you use? How many lotions you use? The things you benefit in life. Because but I don't want to glorify it, but this is what we are dealing with. So we have to think above their level. Malami is not a dumb man. He's a very smart abuki. And he knows his
No,
power.
no. Solely.
I'm not saying what he's doing is good, but I'm just telling you that he's a genius in what he's doing.
No, solely. That is not genius. You see, where you
In
can
that
describe.
environment and that society.
No, that is not genius. We cannot describe that as genius. You just describe it as
That's what I was taught.
absolute lawlessness, using this his position in power, his position as the manager of the law of the country to favor himself. That is not genius. That is absolute lawlessness. And
Ajay, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, let me finish. Let me finish. Genius, you want to describe somebody genius, somebody that do something in the right way and come out successfully to the delightfulness of people. Yeah, that is what you
evil genius.
Okay, Ajani Koko,
that is what you can describe as genius. But somebody that uses his position of power to perpetrate lawlessness at the disadvantage of the progress of the country, but only to his own progress. No, that is not genius. That is just describe it that it's just violating the law with impunity, and that should be condemned. Should not be described or celebrated as genius.
No, I'm not celebrating him. I'm just pointing it out. Back in the days, somebody like him, you wouldn't say all these kind of things to him. People like Genghis Khan, people like Alexandra the Great, people like Troy, they were like this, probably even worse. So would you say they were dumb?
Well, that wasn't genius. That was being, like we'll call what's it called? Former president, former head of state, IBB. They call him evil genius.
Yeah.
The guy is they call him Maradona dribbler. He dribbled the political space back then. That was why they named him. How he elongated his years as the head of state. Well, but then you see what Malami is doing is equivalent to that. He's a Maradonic person. He knows how to dribble with
Okay,
the
but
law.
does that not take a level of ingenuity?
Well, like I said,
You have to admit it. The first stage is admitting it, so that we understand
level of ingenuity.
that we are
I can agree that with you. I can accept that with you. A level of ingenuity. Well, that is it. But then but it's in a negative sense of it, because
Exactly.
it's only trying to use it to benefit himself. I mean
Yeah.
himself rather.
So now we
I don't know if you
understand
people listen to
our
what.
delegates.
So let me just quickly say before I forget it, because I've been wanting to say that. We know some people. I mean, if I say it now, I know what man will say. This man is always. Falana. Falana said what he did, even what the president did, by asking them to tender their resignation. That has amount. I think he quoted a part of the Constitution where it says something to that effect, that when a president or they tender their resignation, you cannot revoke it back. But we've seen with Buhari how we've seen the level of lawlessness in an impunity that has been the bedrock of this of his administration. That Malami, despite he has been asked to resign because of by virtue of he taking up a ticket, will invalidly make him to be cease to become the Attorney General of the Federation. But somehow from the back door, they brought him back in, or he brought himself back in, and he remained in that post. And for whatever reason, whatever thing he has planned out, that he knows there's a case in court, before the case, he knows that the case will very soon we get a hearing from the Supreme Court, perhaps, and that would give him the license to remain in office whilst he contesting. So they know what they're doing. So what I'm just trying to say is that, but Falano said that is against the Constitution. But this is a government that has no regard for the Constitution, as long as it does not benefit them. If it benefits them, I mean, as long as if they find it not to their own liking, but when it's to their own liking, they know how to use the Constitution. So that's just what I'm trying to say. What he has done is a gross violation of the Constitution. It's going by what Falano said.
So, National Mind, calling him a criminal because there's nothing ingenious about criminal. Criminality is the easiest thing to perpetrate to you. So there's nothing so special, there's nothing so natural, there's nothing so creative about criminality. So this guy is a criminal. Call him his name. You can be an evil genius, boss. Whatever you are bringing will be so natural to you, man. Maybe that nobody or maybe few people have even ever thought about. So criminality is a norms within that political space. So Malami is a criminal. So I don't challenge using the word ingenuity or using that the word.
What ingenuity means, being creative. I think that's what it means.
Yeah, I've seen you likening to what IBB did, but totally different. I can tell you that.
What did IBB do? That did IBB not bend the law? Did not elongate himself in office?
Don't forget that IBB was a dictator. Don't forget that IBB was a dictator.
Is it not synonymous to what these people are doing? They use decree. Go and get this one. They go to court. They use the judicial system to get some kind of court injunction to kind of bypass anything they want to bypass and break whatever they want to break and bend it in any way they want to bend it. Does that not require some kind of creative?
You see the difference between IBBO, although this is not what we are calling. The difference between IBBO is this: you never knew when this guy was going until you see the result. Already, everyone could see where Malami is going. You know, when IBB presents a good cause to you, everybody will see that thing as a good cause. But at the end of the day, what is he trying to achieve for selfish benefit? So you never knew where IBB was going. That was why it was called Maradona and the evil genius. But Malami, from day one, from all his calculations, you know where it's going. So criminality is what everybody can do. There's nothing ingenious. So there's nothing. There is no ingenious about what.
Just define the meaning of the word ingenious. What's the meaning of the word ingenious?
Bros, when it comes to my session, I will tell you. Okay. But as it is now, call Malami his name. There's nothing ingenious about it.
Can I ask you a question? So when Malami told people that he was dropping that form and he didn't, is that not the same kind of thing that you just said that IBB will say that, something that everybody will celebrate and you find that is for him? People have already removed their mind from it. They are not thinking about it. They are not going to do anything against it because they've already thought that he has removed it just from his own words.
I think I'm with Soli on this because why is this guy committed this criminality, impunity, and then no one is challenging them, even though we have, because what Soli is saying is that this particular session are so intelligent people. Then if not ingenuity, because they know how to play their games, because they control the Senate, they control it, so no one to challenge them, and then we just let them get away with it. that everything. Look at the other time, 80 billion stolen by one of them. The other time was 6 billion, and then our streets, everything. I mean, so no one is challenging them. Why we don't challenge it then? That means it's a total failure on our part. So I think it's ingenuity, is the right word, or intelligent. They are so intelligent. They know how to. Look, they are masters in this game of politics between the south and the north divide. Thank you, sir.
Sonny, continue now. Listen.
So that's just it. This is why, man. In our society, we don't study the good and the bad people. We just live. Anyway, we don't even have history in the first place. But that's how I see Malami, and there are plenty. You can see that back then it was military era. Now should even be harder because now they can't force people to do things. So they are using their brain more and more. We need people that can think on their own level and fight them back. Gra will never work. You cannot fight any government, no matter how bad the government is. Gra will never ever work. You have to outsmart them as they outsmart you.
You see, a lot of what you are saying, I agree with. But maybe not in this instance because it's not really clever what this guy did. It's just they say when they say somebody is playing with a stacked deck, is playing with a stacked deck.
Okay, but one man, you are grading everybody at your own level of intelligence.
How do you mean?
You said, "Oh, he's not like this. He's not clever. He's not this." To Nigerians, he outsmarted them. He may not be able to outsmart you.
It did not.
Okay. So how did he get away with it?
That's what I'm saying. He's playing with a stacked deck.
Okay, but we didn't know that he didn't remove that thing until news came out. If news didn't come out, would most of Nigerians know? No.
But the point is, they said he withdrew. They said
he said publicly that he withdrew it.
And no one challenged it.
How do we challenge it in what way?
Like, did anyone go to check if he removed it until it was passed?
No, if it says that he has publicly removed it, it doesn't even matter. That public declaration itself is a withdrawal from that race because he stated publicly that he has removed his application form.
Okay,
so that then hold on, but that then means that that application form should not have been processed by the party. So if he did not withdraw it formally from the party, and the party knows that the directive is for him to resign, but they let that slide, that is a stacked deck. So that's not clever, that's just cheating. Do you understand? Because Rotimi Amechi resigned, everybody else resigned, to follow that rule, but he did not resign. And the party knows that the rule was for him to resign. So by them screening that form, that's not any cleverness, that's just cheating, isn't it? Really,
it's a cheat.
It's not any clever play now. It's just outright cheating.
But we are just saying, when someone cheats, are they not trying to be clever?
No, forget all that. Do you understand what? So, it's a stacked deck. He said he had withdrawn the application, and that application should be withdrawn for him to hold on to his portfolio. So if he's screened, haven't withdrawn that application, then the party knows that he's holding on to the portfolio and still holding on to that form, which runs contrary to the rules. So if it's allowed to run contrary to the rule, then that means the rules are weighted in his favor. So that's just cheating. It's not, but I don't know how to explain it, but I think it's pretty clear. It's pretty clear that it's cheating. So I understand.
You underestimate him again.
No, all those things. It's not an underestimate. Okay, what has he done that is clever? You explain what he's done that is clever, solid. Then maybe we take it from that point.
By deceiving people that he was going to withdraw, there's no way you can say that he didn't know that thing was going to get passed. So he knew what he was doing.
Right.
He was trying to be clever.
All right. Okay, well.
This is something that he keeps. This is something that he keeps doing. These are the kind of things he keeps doing and getting away with.
No, he's not getting it. Look, The only thing that can the reason why it's not clever, I think somebody else explained using the Babangida analogy. It's not clever because everything that he is doing is predictable and crude somewhat.
Okay,
but
does
it's
he
able
get the
to get away.
result? He gets the
But how does he get the result? He gets the result because Buhari is the president, and there's no authority that can otherwise correct what he's doing.
Okay,
So that's how
but
he gets
is
the
that
result.
not is that not part? That is part of
That's not clever.
that is part of identifying your power, isn't it?
What do you mean identifying your power?
He understands the power that he has. He knows where he is and the people that he's around.
Well, I don't
So
know
he
about.
knows he can get
We
away
say
with
conning.
it.
He was conning. Is that
It's
what it
not
is?
even conning. It's neither conning nor clever nor anything. It's not as though he, through the weight of intelligence, did something to catch anybody off guard. Everything that Abubakar Malami does, it is predictable and obvious and crude. But he gets away with it. Why? Because Buhari is the president. Buhari is loyal to him. He's his clansman. He's been his lawyer since his CPC days, and he gets away with anything that he does. So that's not especially clever, no. You may say that he understands the power that he has and is using it to his advantage, but really it's just a crude.
Okay.
Clever is outwitting somebody.
Okay.
Nobody is outwitted by what he's doing because the wit is not even there. It's just a crude, but that's just my understanding. But maybe, I'm not thinking it at all.
Okay, one man, if he becomes the governor of Kebbi State,
right,
would you still say that he's still not smart?
Okay, well, you will say smart, but I
He's
think
an
we're
evil
looking at it from
genius. Not at the level of IBB, but on his own level.
Okay, maybe.
Look,
hold on.
Look, not smart. We have said it before.
Okay.
Undermine the law. And as the Attorney General, he is expected to be a man of integrity. But he demonstrated that he is a man that lacks in that integrity. Whatever Attorney General has to do, he must put into consideration the how do I say it? He must put into consideration the legal aspect of it. If it is against the law, he must not see as the person violating the law of the land. So when he violates and constantly violating the law, it shows that he's not fit to occupy that office, because anybody that occupies office must be a person of integrity. He lacks it completely, and he continues to demonstrate it every day in his activity. So this is not cleverness. This is just abuse of power.
Yes, you are right.
Abuse of power. When you constantly abuse your power by the virtue of your office, it doesn't show that you are clever. You just and like one man said, he has the president backing him. You understand what I'm saying? President is acting as cover for him to get away with all these things. Otherwise, the law should take its course on him. He should be in jail. In a normal
and sorry, I agree with everything that you said, by the way. The logic behind it and the science behind it and the history behind it and the German example that you cited.
Exactly.
I agree with all of that. But for me, it doesn't apply in this instance. Only because the guy you can predict what he's going to do, and it lumbers through a tedious clumping process to bullhorn into it. It's just crude.
One man. Can I take you up on something you just said? And I think a lot of people are repeating that in the comment section.
Which is what?
That we can predict. No,
Yeah.
we cannot predict. Because if we can predict exactly that this is what the guy is going to do. Okay, for example, I give you an example.
We've been trailing on this platform that is going to straddle the both positions, which is what it's doing now.
We know that
Yeah,
this
but
is.
you are measuring your intelligence level as like everyone is as intelligent as you. Most average Nigerians are not.
Sorry. What I'm trying to say is this: that of course, we know his end game, that this is what he wants to achieve. He wants to become a governor and maybe have immunity. But how he's going to get to that? That is what we can't predict.
No, we can, because we've said severally. Ajane Koko said it even in instances. Hold on. We've said severally on this platform, and it's not as though we're uniquely gifted, that he wants to pack his immunity for his atrocities in Kebbi State 1. But it's not popular in Kebbi State. So he needs the weight of his office as the Attorney General of Nigeria to force his way into that Kebbi State. If he resigns, he won't get Kebbi State, and if he doesn't get Kebbi State, he won't get the immunity. So he needs to straddle both, So we were saying that when he said he had resigned, if you've been following the session, we were saying on this platform that as soon as this administration ends, it will run, because he has to run because of all the atrocities he has committed. But here it is now, against the directive of Buhari that stepped down Rotimi Amechi, because that was a presidential directive, that stepped down the junior minister Unwaduibe, that stepped down everybody, Chris Ngige, I don't know if he stepped down, that stepped down all of these people because that was a presidential directive. He did not follow that directive, instead told us that his thing has been withdrawn, which is not just a deceit on us, but more so a deceit on Buhari, who gave the directive, and he told him that he has taken one of the two options, which is to hold on to his portfolio. But it's not clever now, because it's so predictable.
You're not even letting me land my points.
Let me
Right, go on.
We do not know exactly how this is going to play out. Well, we know where it's going. Now, the point is, what I'm trying to make is this, because people were on the platform yourself, you're saying that we cannot predict. I mean, we can predict rather. Yeah, no, we cannot predict how he's going to get about it, because initially what we thought was that he was going to go by the pronouncement from the.
That's right. Yeah, I'm still right.
Even in his private life, he's fighting. Ajale Koko is always fighting.
Can I just interject a bit?
No, hold on, Tony.
Let me make this point. That we can predict. No, we cannot. What I'm trying to get at is this: that we knew that either he's going to go with the court injunction, but when that failed, he did not move. Then we knew that either he's going to resign. That was what we were thinking, that he was going to resign and continue with this. But people knew that he wasn't going to resign. But how was he going to do that? That area that he won't resign and wants to remain in office and also become the candidate. That was what we cannot.
Maybe you have not been following the news. That's
I have been following the news.
No, you have not. So because if you have been following the news, then
let me land this point. The point I'm trying to say is this: did we all know that this guy never actually pull out his form until today that we're talking about it, or when we had this story?
We sort of knew.
You knew? Oh my goodness! I didn't know.
No, that's why I said. Well, okay, that's why I said you've not been following the news. If you had been following the news, this guy told us he has withdrawn his application, his nomination form. Okay. But then, shortly after, a lawsuit was instituted at the Supreme Court, which is the final arbiter within the Nigerian space, to challenge that 8412 clause in the Electoral Act. You know the date that they are setting that judgment for, the 24th, which is 3 days' time. And you know when the primaries for the APC is on the 30th. So he is going to procure that judgment from the Supreme Court, which opens then the opportunity for him to hold on to his ministerial position and still vie for that seat. So the moment we heard that he and Buhari had gone to the Supreme Court to institute that lawsuit to challenge 8412, then you knew that he was still in play for Kebbi State. and to hold on to him. So it is predictable because it's playing out in public level.
I want to believe that you're only saying this because with what has come out. I mean, with the
we've mentioned this in conversation here before.
That is why you could say all this.
We've mentioned this in conversation here before.
Well, I don't know.
We've mentioned. If you go back to
the poll here, I will tell you. I will tell you that I know that this is what his end game is, but that how he's going to achieve it, because I knew there was a case.
No. That's why if they look, they went to the Supreme Court to have a hold on. They went to the Supreme Court to have a judgment for the 24th of this month. Why the urgency? If it's not for the primaries, why the urgency?
What
did you see?
Yeah, I get your point.
So it's predictable now. If you follow the sequence of events, then you can see how it's.
Maybe I wasn't following very well, like yourself.
Yeah.
Go on, Sonny.
So back to you, Sonny.
Yeah, I'm not praising him more. I'm just saying recognize the level of genius you are dealing with, and you to get up to that level of genius if you want to battle these people. You too, you should be able to surprise them too. You to think about it. How many Nigerians are mentally surprising these people?
And sorry, also just to say this now, to document it, just so that you say I'm not speaking after fact. The plan is for Malami to go and pack his immunity under Kebbi State because they cannot predict when they are out of power. But then Malami is going to come back, after whatever tenure that whoever, and that's why they really wanted to use Goodluck Jonathan, but it doesn't look like so that is working. Malami is going to come back after the tenure of the next president, and he's going to come and take that seat to continue from where Buhari stopped. So that's the plan.
For him to become president?
Of course.
Come on,
you don't know. You don't know.
Can I come in, woman?
Yeah, go on, Tony. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. So, what Soli is saying is very correct that these guys, they are so full of intelligence, because if we say that we are living in a country of law, or a country that we say impunity, what happened to let's say, assuming that Malami belongs to the executive part of the government, what is happening with our legislative arm of government and the judicial arm of government? Why are there no challenges? Why are nobody challenging these people? That's what Soli is trying to say, that that concluded that jump to the conclusion that these people, they are simply our colonial masters.
Oh, all right. All right. So we've got well in excess of 190 people on the stream. We're still trying to hit 100 like thing. So if you haven't clicked on the like yet, please click on it just to get us past the 100 likes. We're setting that as a bar for the sessions now. So we want to try and be hitting a minimum of 100 likes on the streams. And it's all down to you guys. So now we are over 200 people watching the streams. So if you want to click on the like button, then you really help the platform to propel. So do that just as we continue to engage with the conversation. But no, sorry, I don't dismiss at all. In fact, I agree with a lot of what you said, because you cannot. It's somewhat clever, but somewhat clumpy as well,
Yes, now at the end of the day, now still Aboki, So
it is not even clever to me at all, because let me tell you, everything is being manipulated. If you may recall, the party issued out a warning to all the aspirants that are serving in the government that they have to jettison one for the other. If you remember, I don't know if you can remember, the part as well.
It was quite clear. It was Boss Mustafa that actually came out to here. So it was, it wasn't just then say it was Boss Mustafa that gave out that directive.
Oh, okay. So that I thought it was the party, the APC itself, by the chairman, that those that are in government already need to resign for their form to be valid and to be screened. That they will not be screened if they don't leave government service. because of the law. So when you see the chairman of the party, or particularly, let me say, the party taking this position strongly against violation of the new electoral law, and you see the chief officer of
all right, we've Dr. Janle Koko. Round off your thought on that space, Solly, and then I'll move you on to another talking point.
So another point is that we keep on saying we in diaspora, we in diaspora. The average Nigerian in diaspora.
No, hold on, Ajale Koko. You broke off, and Solly now is carrying on. So let Solly land. Solly carry on.
The average diasporan Nigerian is smarter. Is smarter than majority of the Nigerian population. We understand the peculiarity of the regions, north, east, west. We come here, we discuss it. Whether we agree or not, we still know the truth. We can enter that country and start outsmarting these people. We know, we can't lie to ourselves. These people need money, they need bribes. Are you telling me that we can't outsmart these average local men in Nigeria? Forget the violence, forget this thing. At the end of the day, money speaks. We can challenge them because we actually have foreign currency, which is a lot in Nigeria. They made the value down, they made us richer.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Rosali?
People in diaspora can come back and play the same mental games as these people play. That's what I'm saying. You may not like some of what they do, but you understand the environment that you are in. Like I say, when you are in Rome, behave like the Romans. If I go to Ikeja, I hold my phone tight. If I'm in Amsterdam, I don't really need to hold my phone as tight. So if we can understand that, why can't we just take the same intelligence and go to Nigeria and apply it to? We know the kind of government that is there. Are you saying that we can't outsmart these people? These people are not, compared to the average Nigerian man in diaspora, compared to the average Nigerian man in diaspora, these people are not smart. They can't survive abroad.
Solely, don't say that. Don't say that.
How can they follow rule of law in abroad and survive?
People in diaspora, they are comfort zone. They are two different things. If you, as you have now, if you go to Nigeria and you spend 1 year in Nigeria, before you know, you can even be more the madness. If you go back to Nigeria, the madness
we can go
even be worse than those people in Nigeria. See, you have to look at the environment. You have to look at a lot of negotiation. They have to find some middle ground for them to survive. So that one we now tell the type of strategy they are going to employ. That is why you see them behave that way. It's not as if they are not smart. After all, it is the same Nigerians that are not smart that they come back to, that they go to diaspora and they become very smart when they are there. It simply means that this thing is already inherent. That smartness is there, but sometimes you need some kind of environment to use this thing. So it is more of adaptation for survival. So it's not that Nigerians are not smart. We've seen government in the past that look purely Nigeria, local content, and they did well. So it's I just want us to, I don't know if you can just rechannel it. That's just my opinion because you don't make them look like as if they don't have brain back home, right? That's what I don't want us to.
Hold on. Yeah, go on. Sorry, yeah.
You see something that you said. You said that if you stay too long, you can start to get mad like them. What most of these white people will do is they would write down that peculiarity. They will create plans for that. How much can your mental capacity take in that country? The average diasporan, maybe it's 4 months, and you start rotating people every 4 months. That is the beginning process of beating them. Understanding your peculiarity, understanding what works. We can do this. Do you understand?
But do you
This is
realize
what these white people do. based on the history that classes that I have been taking. It's not as if they didn't have
These
challenges.
are just classroom politics.
No. These are based on historical, documented processes. Now, these are not abstract thoughts.
One man.
Yeah,
So let me let
and you
you
can create,
War Peace speak.
wait, and you can create funds for this because we, like I said, we are the only one that can financially challenge them. You can create funds for this. There are so many methods, crypto, bank payment, whatever they want to do, they can't stop payment from flowing.
cannot do that in the
Oh,
context
all right.
Nigeria is.
Hold on, Rationale. Let's hear from War Peace. War Peace, yeah.
Beating them is not the issue. The way you are sounding like beating them is the problem. Beating the national is not.
We can't hear you, man.
Sorry, I said the way you are sounding. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
A little bit better, but maybe a bit higher. You're gone.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, a bit.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, carry on.
See, beating these people is not the issue. And the way you are sounding like is beating them is the problem. What the Northerners are doing is abuse of power. Clearly abuse of power.
But you know,
hold on. Calm down.
They don't know.
Hold on. They know. That's why they are doing it. I don't know why you cannot read the writings on the wall. APC, mostly this Fulani cabal, what they want to do, they first of all put on the public domain. You will see it. The more you look, the less you see. When they announce that every APC member to come and sign, not to go to court, first I knew there's something cooking. Now this is what this he just did. Now no other member that resigned can take him to court, and this was their end goal was for. Now is the only APC that is there. You have about 75 other parties, right? Why this will not take them to court for breach of misuse of power?
I like that you say this too.
Wait now, come, just let me finish. I'm driving somewhere. The problem is we, the South. This thing they are doing right now makes Tinubu chances less. If they can do this and get away with it, tomorrow on the 27th, they can throw Tinubu away from the ticket and nothing will still happen. Hold on. It's your power, you're misusing, you're using it. No, you see yesterday they announced that no president, governor, senator will vote in their primaries. You heard that now? Meaning Tinubu 12 governors is bye-bye. In delegate is bye-bye.
Okay.
So the anything they do, they put it there, you see it, but we still want to think we still try to do physics in common mathematics. No mathematics, arithmetic.
Okay.
This is just during Buhari regime, PDP got more states through court. Why didn't you use the executive power to get it back?
Okay.
If the rest party, PDP and the rest party take Malami to court now, it will only be a time of it will only be time.
Okay.
They will get him out of there.
What piece? Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
In terms of Malami now, if who could have challenged that is? Can anybody challenge that is APC ticket?
Yes, the rest parties. The rest
sorry?
other parties. The rest other parties can challenge that.
Okay. Now, what piece? You are a man, and you understand that this thing could have happened, and you understand who could have reported this case. Now, do you feel they didn't report it because they were not aware of it, or they just didn't want to report it?
No, say you cannot report a situation that have not happened. Now
Okay,
it happened. What now it happened? You're supposed to say counter
but that's
attack.
not what I asked. That's not what I asked. I'm asking, why do you think? Okay, because they were not aware of it, right?
It's not bad. When you cannot report what has not happened now, you cannot charge a crime where it's not yet crime now. Now he has done it. It's a crime. The next by Monday, we're supposed to see courts. People full up with court with cases with
Let me rephrase this question. If people knew that the tickets had not yet been removed, who could have stopped it? Could anybody have stopped it?
First of all, fine. Let me answer your question to your
Who is
question.
allowed to
Hold
stop?
on. First, let me answer your question to your question. The chairman would have stopped it, but the chairman, why will he stop it? They are saying Kingsman.
Okay, but
The chairman had all the right to.
Who else could have stopped it?
I don't know who else you're asking.
Where
It's
you
the
driving
party.
to? Go
I don't
there
understand.
because we're deep into ours now. So yeah.
My point is that if we diasporans had somebody like World Peace that knew or had the knowledge that this could have happened and was tracking it, the person's main goal was to track it. The moment he knows that this thing has not been removed, he can report it to the nearest person that doesn't have any side to tackle or pick for that person to report it.
What you're saying is
That way,
not. It's not.
that way it wouldn't have gotten passed in the first place. But
Hold on.
we don't have people like
What?
this in this position.
Sorry. What you're saying is not rocket science. Who's supposed to stop it is just the APC chairman Adamu. As soon as he say he wants to, wants to retain his
Okay, but what
his
are you
ticket.
sure it's only him that could have stopped it? Are you
He's
sure?
the APC chairman. Yes, no, it's the APC chairman
So
and
you're
the
100%
committee.
sure that
Or Malam Buhari.
Buhari, yeah, these are the people that's in the APC that say no, this one will not continue. No. Amechi dropped out. So many other people dropped out. What would these people say now? What would they say?
So
but
before
Adamu know the form is there, but he left the form there.
Okay, what
the same blame goes to all of them, as in the people in charge right now in the APC, the chairman, the whatever, even the Tinubu is the party leader. These are the people you're supposed to blame.
Okay, World Peace, before it was passed, if it had been known to the public that the ticket has not yet been removed, do you think it would still be passed?
Oh, okay, let's leave this space because I don't think I think I understand what you're saying, and I suspect it's understood. But I think a contrary view. What you're saying, there's no fault in it. At least for me, it stands very much to logic. But I don't think it applies in this instance. But maybe I'm not thinking high enough to grasp
One, you are thinking high enough. Just that the place solid is trying to solve mathematics with physics equation.
No. what Solly is actually saying is that this guy is playing a three-dimensional game, which ultimately gets him the result that he wants, and is using all the powers at his disposal to play to his own advantage, which is what this space and history tells us happens in power moves.
Yes.
So it's making a power move to his own advantage. But what I'm suggesting is not. If it works out exactly as he plans, then who am I to say that it's not clever? But because you can see the processes as it's going, and it's so predictable, then it's not especially a clever play. It's more like a bullhorn sort of. It doesn't have finesse or anything. It's just a crude. But if he gets the results, then who are you to say that it's not clever?
Yeah, you are right. You are right. But what he's doing is not being smart. It's not a represent. You are misusing power. You are in power and he's using it. Simple. Anybody can do that. If Tinubu is there tomorrow and in favor AC Olumo to be doing whatever he wants to do in Nigerian space, it's because Tinubu is there. That is not being smart. What smart means that you are smart somebody without not knowing, the person not knowing. You're supposed to do this, that we will never see the writing on the wall.
Okay, so what
that's just supposed to be?
If you are playing chess with somebody,
I'm not saying this guy is not
you
smart.
You know the person's moves, and the person beats you. You will say the person is not smart.
Wait, hold on. Don't give these people the accolade they don't deserve. They're just using their power.
No. Solly is right in the theory that he proposes, but if he applies in this instance, who knows? I think it's a subjective space.
This is what I was taught in university. So,
and what you're saying is right in principle and also in history and practice, but does it apply to Abubakar Malami?
No.
Is the case.
If Abubakar have done this without power, then you say he's smart. If he's not in power and you do this, you say he's smart.
Of course, you won't try it when he's not in power.
Woman, can I ask a question?
That's the point of knowing your power.
Okay, but I wanted to leave this space, but ask the question, and then after that question, I will.
Leave this everybody.
Yeah. No. Just it'll be a question. Okay, go on, but I want to leave this space though.
Nobody needs to answer. It's just a question. I just want to try out there.
Yeah, rhetorical question. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. From what has played out with this Malami thing, not resigning, and other people resigning, do you think people think that we the Southerners were gullible when it comes to politics?
Well, is that not what is demonstrably showing when we are constantly 2 steps behind these people?
They give us a
That's
false
it.
illusion that everybody should resign, but nobody, the main guy there does not resign, but they resign.
That by Monday, the Southerners are supposed to be in front of maybe protest or whatever they want to do to make these people
At the forefront
understand.
of that protest should be other candidates for that Kebbi state seat.
Everybody go on, like you cannot
but
do
they'll
this.
just buy them off.
Everybody just quiet and what else you expect? And again, I just said, go and read it. Yesterday, they just submit their delegate. No president, no senate or governor will vote in the primary. So I don't understand where Tinubu is going to get all those delegate votes right now.
All right, thank you. It's a complex one, but sorry, a good submission by you because a lot of what you said infinitely sensible, but does it apply to Abubakar Malami? is the question. But you know, who knows? You know, I'm just here to moderate. But let me take you to the space then. He also in play, Rotimi Amechi, who is in KOGI State to canvass for their vote, asking them to abandon their son, Bello, and go with him, but notably to call Buratai part of his campaign entourage that went to KOGI State. So to call Buratai, of course, Buhari's right-hand man. So what do you think is in play there? Is it the anointed one, or are we just reading too much into it?
Sorry, Mama, I didn't get it. I didn't get what you said from the beginning.
Okay. Rotimi Amechi is in KOGI State.
Yes.
To canvass for elections. Do you know who to call Buratai is? If you don't know, I say you don't know.
Buratai, I know. Is not the one in the army or military?
Yes, the ex-army chief.
That was at the NSAS protest.
Yes.
Okay.
So he was part of the campaign, the entourage that went with Rotimi Amechi to go and canvass for delegates. So which is then to tell you that he's a supporter of Rotimi Amechi's candidature. But then he's also a man and boy Buhari lieutenant. So essentially a Buhari lieutenant as part of the Rotimi Amechi campaign train. So does this permutate to suggest that Rotimi Amechi is the preferred candidate that Buhari was talking about?
Oh man, what is shocking to me is that Buratai is still in Nigeria. God. And he's now campaigning for people to this is well. Anyway, well, Rotimi Amechi, I don't see him getting that ticket, and I don't see him as Nigeria's president. I don't know what he did for the people in North, this one and that one. I don't think people in the West will vote for him. You know, I see him, if I'm being honest, as a Yoruba man, I'm seeing him as an Igbo man. I don't see him as, he doesn't even look Yoruba at all. So I don't see him as Nigeria's president. I'd rather pick Peter Obi.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Solly. So, Solly, let's go on from you and let's go to Tony. So Tony, you're up next. And to that space then of the Easterners and their Million Man March, which essentially a tribal march by some people's reckoning. But how did you digest that space, the Million Man March? But before you go there, Tony, let me just push again. Just a little now, we're nearly there, but not quite with the 100 likes on the stream. So you can see the figures on your screen. So if you haven't already, just click on the like button, get us over that 100 mark, and then I'll stop belly aching. And I think today will be the last day that I'm pushing for that 100 because it's somewhat laborious to do it. But to you, Tony, then the Igbo match, yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I'll be pleading with the audience since also that issue that I'm in the house. I know they have not been hearing my voice. I say, please, once Tony is in the house, please, they should push the like button and share so that because I'm having the feeling that probably sometimes the way we analyze things, we analyze it too long. So we don't just go straight to the point. Like I always, whenever I contribute, you see, I'm always very pure and direct. Sometimes I do offend you, but I hope, I'm quite sure that that's what the people want. They want to just hear the truth and then finish. But I don't want to discuss about Peter Obi's 1 million march or whatever. I'm not interested in that. So you can take me to the next topic, sir.
All right, Tony. So to Abubakar Malami, with Solly was really impressively trying to tell us to be impressed by the cleverness of the man. APC clears Attorney General of the Federation Malami for Kebbi governorship election. So he told us he had withdrawn the application, but here it is being processed, still straddling the ministerial portfolio that he should have resigned. But then in anticipation of that court judgment on the 24th, which will go in his direction and then give him a coast-in for the immunity that he seeks. So Abubakar Malami then, clever politics, Tony.
Yes, you have been saying this now for the past 2 weeks that what you suspect, or their plan, their evil plan of getting the immunity or whatever at all cost. And then so I'm is it 1,000,000% with Solly? So I don't need to waste people's time. Thank you very much, Solly. These people, they are too clever, and then we need to buckle up and see how we can tackle them. Take me to the next topic, sir.
All right. So Governor Bello asking Rotimi Amechi rather asking Yahaya Bello to step down for him by virtue of him still being a young man and having more time. He's in KOGI State canvassing for delegates, but in his retinue, in his party, in his campaign train, is to Tukur Buratai, the former chief of army staff. So what are you reading then into first his request for Yahaya Bello to step down and Tukur Buratai being part of the Amechi team? Tony?
And I bet you guys that Amechi will not get a single vote in the South and Southwest, because my dream was the actualization of Obasanjo stroke Jonathan's plan of linking Lagos, Ibadan, Lagos to Port Harcourt through Benin, Warri rail, and then also the development of our coastal line from right from Ondo State or from Lagos State to down to Calabar to look like in Nigeria, Hawaii or whatever, But for him to be taking off the north side, so sorry for him, So take me to the next topic, sir.
All right. The APC chairman, Abdullahi Adamu, he was put the question then because it's been rumored that if Tinubu doesn't get the APC ticket, then he's likely to pack his bags and move to another party. So he was put that question, and he assured that Tinubu or anybody else, they will not be leaving the party, whether they get a ticket or not, and they will instead work hard to retain the party in power. So what authority is he speaking of or speaking with to assure that Tinubu would not leave the party if they diddle him out of the presidential ticket?
Yeah, that is, look who is talking. These people, Adamu Abdkadia, these are not Nigerians, but Tinubu, is our brother. So I don't know why they should be interfering, with our politics. So Abubakar, Adamu, all those names, they are Arab names. They should go back to their wherever Arab country they come from, and they'll be talking about politics there, not in our own space. Take me to the next topic, sir.
All right. So you don't want to speak on the Million Man March. So then the Ahmed Lawan, the current now president of the Senate, he's saying that the federal government should unleash total federal might to crush insurgency. So that is to say to deploy all the arsenals within the Nigerian state to go after insurgency. But then insurgency, of course, is not just limited to the traditional go-to space that we think of when we think of insurgency. They consider the activities in the southeast are insurgency too. So is what the Senate president is now inviting? Is he now inviting essentially launching Kanu fighter jets on Umahia to blow it up? He wants to unleash on insurgency. So what are you then making of the Fulani man's assertion?
Yes, sir. You know that about 2 weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken, there was a video that one Yoruba guy made that was via on the internet that the people they already planning that most of the northerners in the south, those young ones, we stay, but the old and their women and their children will be taken up to the north, and then they will deploy the northern soldiers to our place and take our old soldiers to the north, and then they will unleash mayhem on us. So not just the southeast, it's southwest, south, and then southeast. So we have to be careful. We have to get ready. And then this guy was pleading on our own security networks like OPC, etc. On all this Eastern network. They should buckle up. They should be on the watch out. So I mean, bad thing is coming very soon, sir. Before one more time. So they are coming to unleash mayhem on us, on our people. That's why we should not be politically correct all the time. In our discussion here, all the Southerners should unite, and then we don't want to hate the Northerners, so we can create a country and then invite.
Oh, what happened?
Live it together in one country is not possible.
All right, thank you, Tony. So I don't know quite what happened. It suddenly popped off.
Yes, even sorry, woman. There's the way you can see that our system has totally failed. There was a video day before yesterday, to be precise. A police person was being taken away by a driver in Lagos, or I don't know, somewhere in the police was trying to, he just stopped the car and jumped into the car, and then the guy was running away.
The policewoman, Abi.
Yeah, she was begging. Oh, he's taking me to, a policewoman, crying. I mean, stuff like that. It just shows that there's never going to be, an improvement in our system. All these political people or whatever, it's useless, because how can a president be influencing an election that is coming up? A political president, a president. I mean, it's just too crazy in our environment, sir, because they will say this one, or maybe the traditional ruler, or this. It's not about the people. In the places where we live, where you live, where I live, it is about the people, the issues. The issues at hand, either the provision of employment, educational, deficient or whatever. But in our own space, it's about where you come from. It's about how much I have. Like that Imo state primary that they are asking people to come and donate to bring money to buy. It just shows that we're heading nowhere, sir. That we need to recalibrate and see what to do. I don't know also. Maybe somebody like World Peace, who is always talk or One Nigeria, that is not speaking for Niger Delta people. We always say that we should be patient. No, we can't be patient. How long are we going to wait for 1 million years? All of us will come and die. What about our children that are yet to be born? That's the area that we should be looking at, sir.
All right, thank you, Tony. So thank you, Tony. So Tony, well done. So let me move on from Tony. Then you've covered all the talking points, by the way. I'm not leaving any out. But let me move on from you, Tony, to Ola, who's with us. So Ola, let me start you off then with this space that Tony just left, or really where I started them off with. The Million Man March for Obi candidature. How successful do you think that was? What do you think that adds to its politics, and what does this mean, Ola?
Well, it all depends, success depends on how the organizer define the success. But when we want to relate that one to Nigerian politics, where we have someone that doesn't care, that will not even be moved by that kind of a million march, in Nigeria, if you like, have like a 50 million march. Not that it won't have impact, but when it comes to politics, the politicians, they feel the pressure, but they are still like people that they don't care. No, anything that can happen, they don't care. So to me, to those people that organize, even if they are not up to 1 million, it's a success, at least for them to come out. But when you look at it entirely, no, except the only reason that it can be a success is at the end of the day, people listening and they present Obi as the presidential candidate. That is when we can now say, okay, it's a success. So as it is now, it's in between.
All right, thank you. And sorry, let me quickly get rid of this. Is that thing that comes up? If I don't click on it quickly, it stays. Oh yeah, got it. So to the Abubakar Malami narrative, he being clear now for the APC governorship seat, even though he had assured us that he's withdrawn his application. So what are you then making then of this Takia again being played by the Fulanese?
You know, if there's anything that Nigerians will never forget about APC, is that they've taken the level of illegality to the next level. I don't know the latest on the suit against the relevant section. I think the bone of contention is section 84 of the Electoral Act or whatever. To the best of my knowledge, the thing is still before the Supreme Court. And the last time I'm aware is the appeal court just said, okay, they should still stay. They give like a stay execution, that they should stay of the execution, and because the one court first gave that judgment that they should delete that session, so another court said no, just you still suspend the implementation of that. So I'm not a lawyer, but to my ignorance or to the best of my knowledge, I think when the case is here to be determined in the court of law, I think the law should still stand as it is. So I don't know the legal basis for clearing these guys, because there are a lot of litigation, because the guy may even win the ticket at the end of the day, becomes the governor, and if the judgment now is now become unfavorable again, then the
judgment is coming on the 24th in 3 days' time.
Okay, because that is when we can say for sure. But like I was trying to oppose the idea of calling Malami genius the other time. See, I just want to make sure that nobody is admiring Malami and be trying to see something good in him with what he's doing. This guy is abusing power, and anybody that has criminal mind can become, can abuse the law, can violate the law. Now, yeah, I saw a situation whereby it's being compared to IBB, and I think that is very unnecessary, because if you really knew IBB, you will know it's a totally different case. What IBB will do that time is, you can see a good person that, he knows you for a cause. This guy is on a good cause. He will invite you, you are very good in doing this. Okay, you can give us the best of education in Nigeria, reposition education. It will give you, knowing quite well that services will corrupt you. And when they corrupt you, as a critics is going to silence you. So that's what it did to both Taisho Lani and Wole Soyinka those days. So something came up, and these people just find out, we have to resign so that we won't spoil our name. What did he manage to do? He managed to keep them quiet, so that, this guy, they didn't commit any illegality, but he was proving to them that, being in government is not easy. So you see, he used what they know. He used the idea, you have good idea, you come and execute this thing for me. It's not as if he's going to dictate for you, but he will allow you to fail on your own. And we see, so that is where he got that name of evil genius. So not that IBB was violating law around that place, but these guys knows the process of that law, knows that the law is not permitting this thing, and he went ahead. He has been violating the law. So there's nothing ingenious about that. It's criminality. So please don't admire this guy. So to me, I think we have to wait for that law, for that judgment, to see what the judgment will bring out. And I still, to some extent, and I still trust the judiciary. If there's any harm of the government that is not fully bastardized in Nigeria, at least to some extent, we can still trust the judiciary. So whatever they present on 24th, then I think so it be. But as it is now, my understanding as on legal professional person, based on my experience, based on what I've heard from lawyers, as it is now, the law is not still yet deleted from that thing, and I don't see why Malami should be cleared, because the case is still in a court. So to me, everybody trying to give Malami pass, in my own, from my own naivety, I think is illegal. So, and it's criminality. So that's the way I see it.
All right, thank you, Ola. So Ola, to the space. Rotimi Amechi in KOGI State canvassing for votes, asking the delegates to step aside Yahaya Bello because he's young enough to rerun still, but in his party on his team that were at that space was to curb Burutai. So are we reading anything into that as somewhat he the chosen the golden child of Buhari? So what are you making then of that, Ola?
Oh no, did I get to that Buratai want to be his vice president, or what's the connection with Buratai?
No, Burutai was part of the campaign team that's traveling around with, or at least traveled to Kogi State with Rotimi Amechi to go and canvass for votes. So I'm questioning why Burutai would be, because he's a big name. So why would he be on Rotimi Amechi's, and it's also a Buhari name, Burutai. So why would he be on Rotimi Amechi's campaign team? Is the question, if Rotimi Amechi is not the chosen one of the cabal.
It makes sense. To me, yeah, a person like Buratai and Amechi, I think, they both belong to the same power block. They were part of the actual executive, or whatever we want to call it. So, and over time, Amechi has shown his loyalty to the people of the North while preparing himself for this political, for the future political endeavors. So, to me, yeah, it is normal, because when we look at the political calculations, so there's no way, for example, we will be expecting Yahaya Bello to actually overrun Amechi. I don't think it's going to happen, really. I don't think it's going to happen, because if there's anything, some of these inner caucus people, they've worked together with Amechi and others. So for Buratai, knowing what Amechi has done within his region, knowing that he has been a yes man for the Kaba, so I don't think that we have problem with him. And we should be mindful of something too, that without immunity, without political immunity, Buratai too can easily be exposed, because there are some people that are waiting for Buratai just to have just to lose diplomatic immunity. We can never tell what can happen. Who knows? He might find himself in being tried for war crime or whatever. So who knows? So most people in our political space in Nigeria, because most of them are criminals, and it is normal when someone commits a crime. So you want to make sure you find the countermeasure, or the type of crime that I can see cover within the political. So some of them that have been there, that have already dipped their hand into something wrong, they will likely hang around the power corridor for a very long time. So as it is too, for the loyalty to the North, Buratai might have known what we don't know too, because we have some kind of information. So Amechi may be one of the leading people, those people that the Kaba has given some kind of the stamp that's okay, please go ahead, we'll be behind you as long as you are not going to forget us. So to me, yeah, what Buratai being in his train, to me, is a very significant message. So it's a significant signal. And to me, I will not underrate Amechi until the post-primary, after the primary has taken place and the result announced. So I think it's a very strong candidate, and there's possibility that the Kaba are behind him. So yeah, he may be the anointed. It's very possible. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola. So let's go on from Ola to World Peace. So World Peace, are you there? All right. Let's go then to Ajale Koko, who hopefully is there. All right.
I'm here.
All right, brilliant. So thank you, Ajale Koko. So to you then, Ajale Koko, the Million Man March by the supporters of Peter Obi, some people will call it a resounding success, but nobody will say it is not a success, no matter how you want to eulogize that. So a successful activity. And I was just saying to Xero that this is the second instance that we've that the Easterners have stepped up. We've created the capacity and they've delivered. Because remember the seat at home, we all thought it was just going to fall flat on its face. And when they initiated it, a categorical success. So this another success for the Eastern space. But how do you think this plays into Peter Obi's narrative? And how does this enhance his chances at the PDP ticket? Adale Koko.
One man, it is good for mobilization of the public for PDP, mobilization of voters for PDP in preparation for general election. But for the coming primary, this campaign will not translate into votes for him in the coming primary. So Obi is achieving one thing. That is the fact that he is marketing himself very well. He's doing the marketing of his personality and is doing it well within that party than any other person. This is his first time of jumping into the race, I guess. I don't think he has done it before. So
I think so too, yeah.
Yes, okay. So if at his fourth first attempt and is making this wave, it shows that he has a brighter future for that position of president. But for now, he cannot get it. It is very, very clear. Except we want to deceive ourselves. Some people can play the sentiment, can follow or looking at what is going online on Twitter and use that to judge that yes, he's going to get the ticket. No, that is not the way it works in the primary. General public are not going to vote in the primary. Those that are going to vote are selected delegates within the party. And the person that have the highest delegate is the one that will win the primary. And that person that will bring more delegates than others to the primary is a person that have a structure within the party around the country. Obi does not have that. He doesn't have any group working for him within the party. So he cannot win it. But it is good that he's marketing himself.
He does. He has a group.
Tell me his group.
He has group. I can't give you off the bat right now, but he has people working for him. I don't know what you mean by working, as in conversing for delegates for him, or what do you mean?
Look, what I mean is this. You must have a group of association of people within the party that are loyal to you, that have been there in the party for a long time. That association of people within the party have their own interests. They champion within the party at all time. At every election cycle, they must have candidates. They must have local councillors that they will sponsor across the country. They must have local government chairman they will sponsor across the country. They must have House of Assembly they will sponsor across the country. They must have senator they will sponsor across the country. They must have federal rep across the country. So that is the structure I'm talking about.
Does any of the party has it? Does APC have it? Does PDP have it before now? They don't. They've never had it.
What do you mean by they don't have it?
What you're talking about?
Hold on. Let us explain it clearly for our viewers. Tinubu in APC, his own group within the APC in Lagos State are the one that dominates the assembly, Lagos State Assembly. His own group within the APC are the people that we see in the National Assembly, are the people we have, majority of them as councillors and local government chairmen in Lagos State, are the people that are senators. His wife is a member of his group, and the two other senators are a member of his group from Lagos. So a person that does not have association of people within the party championing the interests of that association, how would you bring delegates to work for you in the convention?
So are you saying? So are you saying Atiku and the rest of them they have senators that they sponsored, House of Rep that they sponsored?
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Really? I don't know. I'm not aware of that.
Oh yes. Oh yes. They've been coming with Atiku for a long time in PDP. That is why he wins all the time. Why do you think that he wins all the time?
No, he doesn't. No. I don't want to argue with. Let me go continue. Just continue. Because I know one man has to go very soon, so I don't want us to go into another extended debate on this. Just go on.
Okay.
Go on.
Why did he win last time?
It's money back now. It's money
Hold on.
The governors, listen. The governor controls the structure. In the Tinubu's case, I can understand because he is the Afobaje in Lagos. It determines who win the Lagos vote, and so invariably the governor, he owns everybody, including the governor and the House of Rep. You get it? Well, in the case of Atiku, even in his own home state there in Adamawa State, he doesn't control the structure. If he ever does, it will be through the governor. And if the governor is in his him and the governor are on the same page, that is the thing. I mean, when did he come back to PDP? It wasn't after 2015 election. The current governor, he got in there by himself. Not as if he had the support of Atiku. How about this guy in Kwara State? Did he win the election? All the structure in Kwara State, is it not all crumbling? So what are we talking about? So none of them are such, except for maybe Wike. Because talk of Wike has his own structure. Maybe yes, he has, because in his own state, he's a governor. That determined, and it's a party to other governors. So what I'm just trying to make you understand is that trying to say maybe because he doesn't have structure. Well, it's true. He might not really have that structure like you're saying. But that's, I mean, well,
don't worry. It will come clearer in the next few days.
Okay.
It's Saturday. We will see it. We will know who has structure. We know who doesn't have structure. But what I'm telling you is that the last primary, Wike was still governor, right? Wike was governor last time, and he supported Tambuwa. Why didn't Tambuwa win? Why did Atiku win?
Well, Atiku
look, it is not only money that can do it, that can do the job, that can win the meeting. You must have association of people.
I agree.
The party. That is what I'm talking. That is what I'm telling you. Do you see Atiku making too much noise on.
He's not making. I know he's not
Huh?
making.
Yes,
Because he has the
those are the people that
No.
know how, they know where they
Atiku
have.
don't have any structure in PDP. I can tell you. I can contest that with you.
Oh, okay,
He
let's
has
don't
the money
worry.
to spend to buy them.
It is not money alone that does the job. That is what I'm telling you. If you don't have the structure, you can spend money and your money will go down the drain.
I
Will not
agree.
achieve result for you. You must have the structure. You must have the people within the party that are reliable, that are working for you, that trust you, that you trust. You can't just give your money to anybody anyhow on the basis that they just tell you, "Oh, I'm working for you." You think that is the way you work?
If any structure,
it doesn't work like that.
I understand. If any structure, you can buy your way into structures.
You can't buy your way.
If you can't spend money, you cannot have structure.
No, you can't buy your way. It doesn't work like that in a national stuff like this. You will spend your money, and your money will go down the drain. Will not achieve result for you. They will take your money and they will eat it.
Okay, let me just let you continue.
No. I'm telling you, it's not only the money. If you don't have the foot soldier on the ground, reliable foot soldier that can deliver for you, your money will be wasted. Yes, you can come with all your billions. We have seen a lot of people that came from what do you call it? From America, from diaspora. They came with a lot of money. They jumped into politics in Nigeria. They lost because they don't have any structure working for them. But everybody will come, oh, we are the one. Wala Wambe. We are the one that will work for you. We will deliver for you. We will do this. They will eat all this money. And it will fail. But people at home in Nigeria that have the structure, they are well organized, they know themselves, those are the ones that will do the job and deliver the job for you, if you are one of them. If you are not one of them, they're not going to give the job for you. So what I'm trying to say here is that Obi does not have the structure across the country. I don't see him win. It's going to be a magic if Obi wins. If Obi wins, that will tell you completely that, yes, politics in Nigeria, particularly in PDP, has taken a new dimension. But as of today, as far as I know that this man does not have the structure, but the game is playing, is doing it well, is marketing, is aspiration very well, and is driving the way it's marketing itself, is driving and is mobilizing people on the side of PDP, which will eventually help PDP in the general election. That is what I see. But to say that this will translate into votes for him within the party, oh no.
Does this solidify the vice presidential slot for him? That million?
Yes. Yes. Oh yes, woman. This guy has really positioned himself within this short period of time. That yes, he's a hard-working man. He's a man that is if we have what it takes, to lead, if it's given all that matters to lead, it will lead well. He has really impressed me with the way he carried out his campaign. He has done a very, very good.
Yes, I was saying that earlier to Ajanle Koko that it's no longer the derisory figure that people just mock. It is not the lightweight. We cannot call him a lightweight anymore, which is how, when I say we, maybe I saw him pretty much all the way through. So it's not a lightweight, as demonstrably by his supporters on the streets in just clamor for him. So he cannot be able to move. He moved so many states.
He has completed all the states of the federation.
No, I'm saying in this Million Man March, they moved in so many states, at least 20 states, in a coordinated, structured street march to demand for him as president. So you can't. Politics cannot ignore that, and
But
they
one
cannot
man,
continue to dismiss
but
it.
one man, you were saying that they were all Igbo now. A while ago, you were saying
Whoever they are, they are.
Igbo.
Huh?
Is that what you're saying? You said one for Igbo now. You were trying to like. Is that what you were trying to do that time when you were showing? Was it Sunny?
Well, yeah, let me just share the screen with you, Rational Man and Janle Koko and others. So here's the screen for the Peter Obi thing. So you cannot dismiss this. So that's the article, and that was the readout. So that's the mass. You can see the mass all over the place. You know, well represented all over the place. But if you go to the Twitter exchanges, so that's Peter Obi rallying them. It says, thanks a million for all you who have done, thanks a billion for all you have done to support my aspiration. Our mission to salvage Nigeria is noble, blah, blah, blah. So he rallies the troop with a rousing speech. But then here are people then responding to his tweet. So here is this guy. He says, when I spoke about boycotting my conference activities this morning to join the Peter Obi 1 million man march, some thought I was just pulling some publicity stunt for Peter Obi, but I'm glad I proved them wrong once again. We are marching to the future. So here he is, wherever he is, showing how that went. So here is another space. So this one now is in Ogun State. Ogun getting ready for Peter Obi. So that's in Ogun State. And then here it is in Lekki. Lekki matches for Peter Obi, and they even have a video clip. So, so that's Lekki matching for Peter Obi, and then on it goes. Here is Jos Plateau State standing with Peter Obi. So there is Jos. You can see it right there. Jos Plateau State stand for Peter Obi. So that's just Plateau State standing for Peter Obi. This is Aqua standing for Peter Obi. They have a video clip, and on. So he moved quite a few states in a coordinated rally of support. So that you can't dismiss him anymore. It's just really.
What have you heard about what is going on? The politicking foundation going behind. They said Saraki and Obi might team up. That's what I'm hearing somehow.
That would be a more elegant team anyway, you know.
That Saraki will collapse his structure at some point. That's what I heard. I don't know how true that is.
But who takes the lead? Who takes the lead?
They said Obi is going to be the president. He will be the vice.
Okay.
So that's what the permission I'm hearing, but I don't know how true that is.
That would be easy killing for APC, I suspect.
That will be a failure for the party. So you want to pick Saraki, and you don't want to pick vice from the core north. You want to pick somebody.
Has North Central ever produced one?
Saraki is a Yoruba man now, so you have an Igbo Yoruba.
It's not considered a Yoruba man. It's considered is that what they say? They say they are Northerners. Is that not what they say? So let them go with Northerners.
Yeah, okay,
let me not debate this. Let's not go there. Sorry.
No, you know, the candidacy must be picked in such a manner that will look strategic. Strategic enough to win vote. It's not just.
Let's talk about strategic.
Yeah.
Strategy here. If Middle Belt could go for Obi, nothing North has to offer. If Middle Belt, if Obi can clear that of the whole of the South, South, East and South, and then take Middle Belt along with it, which I know is going to make an impressive show in Southwest. That is, if nobody from Southwest is giving that ticket, if they go ahead and give it to one Northerner from, I'm telling you, they would pull, because already that Middle Belt alone can give them that victory, can cause them the victory. In the case of Jonathan, we saw, even without Southwest, if you can make inroads into that the whole of Niger State and Kwara and then to Taraba, Adamawa, I tell you, he would. That is if he wins the ticket, if he gets the ticket of PDP. So it's not about just knowing where to win, where not to win, and all of that. That is just how I see it. With
All right.
Atiku coming with Sarakio being his deputy. And that is if they don't give it to any Southwest, or maybe they give it to Amechi. That I see that working for Obi and Saraki. But if it's maybe to Tinubu, maybe that was going to be a very tight race.
Well, yeah, we have to be watching that space.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
but for this guy, he has done a very good job. He has shown that he is a politician to reckon with. He has shown that yes, he's serious about this his aspiration, particularly championing the championing the call that presidency must come to Eastern Nigeria. He is the only one that he is pushing that call by Easterner that we want presidency. He is the one that push it further, by his by the way that he has played the politics so far. He has pushed that call. He has put the Easterner to the limelight, to the political center stage as a force to reckon with now. Not like some how do I describe him? Not like some mediocre like Oji Uzokalu that was saying that he want to team up with Ahmed Lawan because they don't have the figure and because Yoruba are on the lead of grabbing it, that why can't Yoruba surrender for Igbo within APC? Play your game. Play your game. He didn't want to play game. He's giving it to the North. And I would have expected a lot of Easterner to jump on this guy and chastise him in such a way that to ridicule his political career. You said you want to be president from the East, but now you are stepping down for Northerner, and you are saying you are bringing out excuses because Yoruba is in the lead. Why can't Yoruba give it for Igbo? He was saying all sorts of excuses, and he was saying it again. The president, we have to be fair to the president. The president should be able to choose whoever he like among the candidates. That after all, governor chooses their own successor and stuff like that. You see, but Obi has done. He has carried out his campaign. He has pushed his aspiration forward in such a way that the Easterner, he has pushed it forward and pushed the call of the Easterner to the center stage of Nigerian politics, and now everybody can see the Easterner as very serious in the game, and I hope that all Easterners will jump behind this guy. Other candidates within the party as well, Easterner within the party, can adopt him as a consensus candidate from the East so that they can push the Easterners' aspiration to the highest level. He has done well. Let us commend him. But we'll keep on watching that space, and let's see if that will translate into primary votes for him in the coming convention. But to me, I think it's not going to translate into vote for him because those that have the structure, particularly Atiku Abubakar, look likely to win it, and that is the more reason why the party jettison the rotational and make it open for everybody to play their game, so that whoever emerges will be seen as a popular candidate, and then from there they will go for general election in as a team. That's the way I see it, one man.
Oh, all right, thank you, Dan Lekoko. And the Abubakar Malami space, he has been cleared to run for APC clear AGF Malami for Kebbi governorship election. He assured us, of course, that he had withdrawn his application, his form. So if a form had been withdrawn, then how is it even being screened? Never mind being cleared. So what is at play here? Tequila by the Fulanis again.
One man, it shows that the party is not following the law. The party has no respect for the law. The new electoral law is very clear. The provision of the new electoral law clearly states that an appointee in government cannot contest for election while still remaining in government. So, and the president came out recently to tell the president this president spoke by the minister for information rather. It came out recently speaking for the president that those that are interested should leave, either to leave or to remain. They have to choose one. So we know those that have choose to remain in government in Gige. As jettison is presidential aspiration, the lady that they call a woman affairs minister jettison a presidential aspiration, and Abubakar Malami, that is what we had as well. Jettison is a governorship aspiration for to remain in government, and for the party to now come out with a statement now that yes, they have cleared him. It just shows a total disregard to the electoral law, and it is very, very bad that a party that should respect the law is violating the law, and in collusion with Abubakar Malami. But I can guess something. I think why Abubakar Malami is clear is that they are banking on
Supreme Court.
Yeah, they are banking on the Supreme Court, that the Supreme Court judgment will favor them. And Abubakar Malami doesn't want to leave that position that he occupies now, that protect him, that give him that immunity for a second. He wants to keep that position and use all the resources of that position to manipulate himself into the governorship position, knowing fully well that when he becomes the governor, he will have protection. He will have immunity rather. So that is all they are playing, and we just wait for Supreme Court Supreme Court judgment in few days to come. But they are very sure that Supreme Court judgment will favor them. And why can't we still hold on to power and, give him that protection prior to the Supreme Court judgment? That is what I think they did. So, but it is violation of the law. It is not good that the manager of the law, the man that is the custodian of our law, is the one violating the law. It just shows that an act of lawlessness start from the above, and is perpetrated at the top level of government with impunity, and this is not good for the country image at all. It is not good for the country image, and we just have to condemn it, and nothing we can do than to condemn it. They are in power. They have been manipulating the system for the past 7 years, and I believe they still have the plan, a big plan, to manipulate it again, particularly in the coming general election. But Nigerians should wake up. Those that have not got their PVC, go and get it, and vote against them, so that they can get their country back. That's the only. We cannot continue with this kind of lawlessness, with impunity. We cannot continue it. It doesn't help the nation's growth, but rather destroy the nation and destroy every fabric that the nation relies on. It will destroy it. It's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of it's going to be. They will continue to do it, and as long as they persist in this lawlessness, they will be destroying the country, and we don't want that. We don't want that, and that's my take on that one.
All right, thank you, Ajale Koko. So thank you, Ajale Koko. We've gone past the 5-hour mark. So gentlemen, you know what that means. It's time to start to round it off and close it down. Still plenty to discuss, of course, but then time never really sufficient. So we will seek to start to round it off to land, of course, as ever on Ajale Koko. We start off with X0, who I'm pretty certain has left us. As usual, X0 would have left us this. I think he falls asleep to the backdrop of the sessions. I think this is what some people do. It's just like a background to their day. So X0, are you there? Closing remarks were taken. All right, I didn't imagine you were. So thank you, X0, for your visit. So that was X0. You heard a lot from him in the opening salvo. So from X0, we go to somebody who I suspect also has gone to bed already. World Peace, are you there? Yes, no.
I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, brilliant. Oh, we're taking closing remarks. I was just about to say you've gone to sleep. So, yeah, it's that time of the session again. So, World Peace, I did call you earlier, but you were not available. But
no, sorry, I rushed to the store to buy some stuff for my kids. It's Sunday here, so yes. Sunday morning routine.
Oh, all right. Is it those freshly made bread that you went to quickly?
Imagine, yes, bread and all that.
Yes, don't worry. Okay. No, it was too early for brioche and things like that. So milk and nappy at the moment. But yeah, closing remarks are World Peace.
Okay, well done, my people. We don't reach the final hour. We know as it be. First of all, I feel great one man. We bring us on the show. We greet God, the Father of the day. I agree rational mind. I agree Solly. I agree Zero. I agree CBD. I agree Tony, JBT, Ola, and Abubakar and others who I not remember their name. And to the people with the comment section, I type on our where like I say, Mona click, share, and thumbs up. I beg. When I always see the comment section, when I know person with no person, when I tell them, may they go get their PVC. Is very important so that we could vote against these people. They don't to take us for a ride. Now, come to the space of Malami, where it's very, very disheartening. But we know that these people, as these Aboki people, they behave. They will misuse the power under the guys who say they're smart. They do whatever they want. Now, we will be certain, and the rest of us will know the feet stand against them. Now they give them those power. But we go shall see go whether you go get the ticket. Then for Peter Obi, well, it's good say the and he right, constitutional right to show say he ready to rule the country. But printed crowd not be vote. We all know that. Make the fair try secure the APC, the PDP ticket first. If they give them, kudos. If they not give them, I'm not see the surprise because people always strong for that position. Atiku and Wike, I should say they will just allow me to go like that. So now so me, I see I reach today. I not get too much to talk. I just hope say everything will be okay. I drop my matter. Good night.
All right, thank you, World Peace. So I've always wondered what the fascination is with that Irene has for World Peace. And then the penny dropped that they're both Edo people, and you know that Edo Parapo. So it's Edo togetherness. So that's it. So as soon as she saw the queen's head as your avatar, she's already surrendered. Yes, now my person be that. So it's not just your person; it's all our person. So thank you, World Peace. A real delight. Keep up the good work with the newborn. So that's World Peace doing daddy duties and joining us as well. So from World Peace, we go to Rational Mind. The routine.
Yeah. Thank you, one man. Thank you, everybody. Those in the comment section, we thank you all. Those who are in the studio, we thank you all too. Well, for me, 2023, a lot of permutations, a lot of confusions in the air with Malami and the sneaky game and the stupid game he's playing. We know that there is two sets of laws, one for the people who have the president's clansmen, and one for the other people, the gullible Southerners. Well, it's up to we to figure out things for ourselves. But I know this 2023 is not going to end well. I just hope it doesn't end well so that we can have that liberation. Because I know if the chaos that we're seeing right now brewing in that country, with the number of killings and everything going on in that country, and the madness going on in that country, if it continues at this rate, which I know is going to increase, I don't see this even the election holding. And if the election cannot hold, I don't see even if Buhari would want to elongate his tenure. If he does, then my own thing is this: I don't want any more loss of life, but I just hope that this thing will just end the way it's going to end, so that every nationality could seek for self-determination. Because I don't see us moving forward with these people from the north, with that kind of politics of domination and not wanting to follow the rule of law. Every time, whenever it's their turn, it's always not wanting to follow the rule of law. They want to play their shady game. These are kind of games that defies every logic and anything called law. So for me, it's up to the Southerners to figure out where they go from here. That's all I have to say. One man, thank you so much for having us, and hope to see you guys in the next section. Good night.
All right, thank you, Rational Mind. Well put. So thank you, Rational Mind. So that was Rational Mind. From Rational Mind, then we go to Tony. Tony, hopefully you're still there. Your words.
I'm always on the standby now. So make I thank the people when they thumb up because after my plea, and then they just sped up the thumb up, their thumb up exercise. Today I'm highly impressed. I really appreciate because not only beg every day, but I thank them today. Then I also thank Rational Man for the presentation tonight, and then Ajani Kuku, then Work Peace. I like that Abuki reference for you just made just now. You try away, and so I want to make you to speak here. Thank you very much. So, Waman, thank you for your platform, for giving us opportunity to be able to spread the news, the gospel, according to the Southerners. Thank you very much, sir. Good night, everybody. Good night.
All right, thank you. Good night, Tony. So Tony, now one of the regular voices on the coming to us from Germany. So Tony from Germany to Ola in Canada. Ola, your words.
Yeah, thank you everyone for your audience. I think we've been able to dissect a lot of things and give a solution. And I believe if we've not given a solution, even some people, they've been able to find out solutions to the problem from our discussion. Like I said, while we are trying to move the country forward, we should be able to separate those people that really have brains from those people that do not really have brains. So don't let us praise crooks. Let us call crooks their names, and let us separate them from those people that can take us forward. So, like Ajaliko and others, we always say, we have the options of supporting the rotten politicians and trying to even protest by voting for someone else. The only thing I'm saying is that I'm not mentioning a particular name, but I believe that we can take some vote away from these crooks. At least we are going to send strong message. The strong message may not come in 2023, but it might come thereafter. And like I said, I'm a believer in restructuring the country. Other than that, I will just go for what I think is less evil for us in 2020, in 2023. So as we speak, so please let us do the right thing. Let us engage our people. So let us engage people, and let us give more orientation for us to move forward. And I believe it's just a matter of time we are going to get things right. Other than that, I thank you for your little contribution to moving the country forward. And I believe that by the time the country is reset, we are all going to be proud of ourselves for the little contribution we are able to make. So don't see yourself as just talking or cashing for online. You are really impacting, you are educating people. Other than that, I thank everyone, and I hope to see you later for better discussion. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ola. So that was Ola. So from Ola, we go to Ajanle Koko, who usually rounds things up for us, and in this instance does again. Ajanle Koko, ladies and gentlemen. So Ajanle Koko, to you.
Thank you, one man. I thank everybody that came on the platform this evening for your contribution. The session is very, very interesting, and I believe that tomorrow we come back to do another interesting session. Nigerian politics is the politics, the way it look now, it's looking messier. It's looking messier every day with the new revelations that comes out every day. For the Amechi and what's the name of that military man? I can't remember his name. For them to be going together, carrying out a campaign, is signal that something is going on, and we can suspect what is going on. And their primary, the outcome of their primary will be very, very interesting. We have been saying it, that it is what is going on in that party is the struggle of power between ACN in the party, that is Tinubu's party in APC, and CPC, Buhari's party, former party rather, Tinubu former party in APC, and Buhari's former party in APC. So the struggle of power is going on, and it's looking good for Tinubu that he is leading. And the way the president is going to manipulate it to favor his own candidate, we cannot still, the calculation is not, we are not getting it. We cannot see it. But with the new revelation with Buratai and Amechi is giving us signal that yes, Amechi might be the man that the president is putting his weight behind, but it will get clearer before the date of primary. The primary is next 2 weeks or some few days, 2 days after the PDP next week Saturday primary. So we're going to be monitoring that space. But whatever the outcome, we the people should not yield to their manipulation. We should stand up against them. We should be ready to vote against them. None of them none of the two parties, APC, have the interest of the people in their mission and in their vision. They don't have it at all. So the people should not get carried away. Don't no matter. I mean, don't get deceived. The party is there to serve some cabal. No matter what, the country might not work for you, might not work well for you, but it will surely work well for them. So we should not get carried away. Peter Obi is a good person. I like him personally as a person, but that party that he found himself is not a party of people with the same mentality, people with the same vision like him. It's a party that is full of corrupt people. So I don't know how he will be able to, to achieve a lot for the people of that country in that party. But let's leave that. But my message is that let us not vote for them. Let us vote for a different party. Showore is my party, AAC. You can vote for Showore, you can vote for Mugwalu, you can vote for any other country. Let us just kick them out of the state. Then we, the people, can move forward from there on the next level that we know is good for us. So other than that, let me thank the people at the commentary section. They've been doing good job. Our brother Alexander Akashi, Alexander Gomez, the chairman, board of trustee, woman went to more. I thank Alexander Akashi. I thank Asgugu. I thank Lady Irene. The woman is saying that it looked like lady from Edo. I don't know what's woman trying to do. So my sister Boxma, I don't think is there today, but if you are listening wherever you are, I thank you. Come tomorrow, let us see you. And I thank Ortiz. I thank Adewale Oladiti, everybody in the commentary section. They are the power, they are the strength of the platform. Come back tomorrow. So, and I will like to urge all our listeners around the world, please click on the like button or you thumbs up. They are the same. You click or you thumbs up. That is what that is the biggest support you can do for the platform. That will help the YouTube algorithm of this platform to reach out more to more places around the world. So please do that and subscribe if you have not. I really thank you all, and I thank one man, the driver of the platform, for bringing us for taking his time to search for the talking point and creates time, 2 times a day, to bring us together. That's a good, a big job is doing, all all for us to champion a cause of savaging that country. That is what one man has done for us. I give thanks to him, and I hope tomorrow one man will be here. The eagle will land again, and we shall all surround him, trash out whatever he brings for us. One man, the eagle. Thank you so much. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thank you, one man.
All right, thank you, Ajale Koko. Well said. So if you ever wondered why Ajale Koko rounds it off, then there it is right there. Nobody can do it quite the way Ajale Koko does it. So that has been the session, and thank you for your company. So I mean, we do it every day, and for really the reasons Ajale Koko has adduced, we cannot just let the country hemorrhage away. So whatever it is that we do, whatever impact or not that it does have, we do it anyway, if for no other reason just to register our displeasure and our disquiet. So that has been registered again today with somebody that was invited to step down from one post in order to go for another, refusing to do either and claiming both posts instead. He will get away with it, of course, not because he's especially clever, but because, of course, it's of a certain clan. So is that some way to live? As a Yoruba man, it's not something that I would ever countenance, but would you countenance it wherever you are from? So this is the task ahead of us. This cameo that we've just seen with Abubakar Malami it captures the entirety of everything that is wrong with that country. The law says this is not acceptable. A directive from the presidency charts a path. This guy ignores both. He's going to have that law changed by the Supreme Court, but he's holding situation against all of those backdrops in order to emerge at the other side as a joint winner, holding on to the to his ministerial portfolio and using that ministerial portfolio to force his way into Kebbi State House. This is what is going to play out. We all know it. We saw it coming. We saw it arriving, and we know where it's going to end. It's crude, it's crass, but is it clever nevertheless? Because clever does not necessarily mean finesse. It lacks finesse, but if it gets the results, then can we really say it's done? So this is the paradigm. What is your solution? So this is where we find ourselves, but we round it off especially today. So thank you for the 100 likes, but I'm not going to be pushing that anymore because it's somewhat tiring. So you should, when you come in, just click on the like button. I don't think I should have to, it doesn't feel quite right to labor for it. So I will remind maybe occasionally, but, at your discretion, but click on the like button, of course, for all of the reasons that we've already, adduced. So that has been it. And in Ajale Koko's tradition, let's just sweep up a few names in the comment section to marry the comment section with the on-screen session. Then we can all depart as one big happy family. Kangiwa is the first person we come up with. So Kangiwa, good to see you. And then of course, D. Irene's World is also is the one that the special interest, I should say, of our resources at the moment. So resources, I'm keeping my eye on you. Your rascality is being taken down. Alexander Akache, write his name down in the book so that we keep an eye on him. So that's Irene, the Irene World right there. Oga, a regular staple on the platform, and Jay and Ken as well, always keeping us company as we go about these discussions. Rahim Ibrahim. So we see you, Rahim. Ola, you heard on the screen, and also keeping it 100 in the comment section. And Rich Ortiz, of course. Once upon a time, our soldier man, now the lover man in the comment section. So Rich Ortiz are keeping it friendly with everybody in the comment section. So keep up the good work, Rich. It's always a delight to see you. So that's Rich Ortiz right there. And as I scroll, of course, you already know that the conversation's taking place. So names repeat until I land on Ask Google, who, of course, as I said, a regular on this platform as well. Canadian Network, a regular on the platform as well. So we've seen him, I think, once or twice on the screens, but he doesn't join us with the same frequency. So we've got Irene Finest as well. So are they one and the same people, though, Irene Finest and Irene World? Or is it just a coincidence of those two names? Accomplished Tutor, one of the names that joins us fairly regularly. British Victim, of course, the session never feels the same if British Victim is not here. So good to have your company, yes, again, British Victim. Kayode, Oladejo, so Sake, as I'm sure his friends call him, because most people call Kayode are often called Sir K by their loved ones. So good to have you, Sir K. And I've already made the decision that this guy is from Port Harcourt only because it goes by the name Sam Boy. Sam Boy. So there it is right there. How do you even begin to conjure with that? So we take one more then, and then we'll just knock it on the head. So just scrolling now. As I'm speaking, I'm scrolling, but our conversation's repeating. So, and all the names that I've already mentioned still in conversation with each other. So it's the friendship that's being created is part of the thing that is going on here. So yeah. And we land on AI efficiency, who I have my suspicions about. So AI efficiency, I see you, and I see you, and I think you know what I mean when I say I see you. So there it is right there. That has been the session. Good to have your company. Thank you, one and all. So we leave it here. Carry the conversation in the comment section, but here I say peace.